I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Cambrio City Council.
And I will call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board.
And can I do a roll call? I always like to do it first.
Councilmember Craven,
Here.
Councilmember Kildee,
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay, Vice Mayor Santangelo,
Here.
and Mayor Mulchay.
Present. So the purpose of our meeting at 4:30 today is for some closed session items. I'm going to ask the city attorney to please read the purposes for our going into closed session.
Yes, we have two items this evening. One is a conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation. That would be initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of potential cases is 2. The second item is a conference with labor negotiators. That's under the authority of Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are listed in the agenda. The unrepresented employees are the city employees.
Thank you. And do we have any public comment?
Oh.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'd like the record to reflect that all board members are present for the sanitary district, and I believe there's another provision to go into closed session for the sanitary district.
You know, I don't have that agenda. Does somebody have it? Okay. You're right. There is one. This would be a conference with the real property negotiator. The authority is Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is located at 95 Dawson Drive. The APN numbers are in the agenda. This is for the Cambrio Sanitary District SS 142, Dawson Drive to Metrolink Station Sewer. The agency negotiators are listed in the agenda. The negotiating parties are Metari LLC, and under negotiation are price and terms of payment.
Do we have any public comment? None? Anyone here like to speak? I see no one else. So at this time, we will recess into closed session.
Did we have any comments for the sanitary district? And I see no one to make comments, so we will recess to closed session as well. Call the meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board back to order and ask the record to reflect that all board members are present. Mr. Tremblay, would you lead us in the flag salute, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any amendments to the agenda? This is a time for public comments. I have no cards. Is there anybody who would like to speak to the Camarillo Sanitary District Board on an item that is not on the agenda? Seeing no one come forward, we'll move to the consent calendar.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Please vote. Assuming that Mr. Kildee voted yes, then it's unanimous to approve. We have one discussion item, digester cleaning and repair, MC 2021-3. Could we please have a staff report?
Yes, thank you.
Oh.
Ready to go? Okay. Yeah, with this unique and sizable change order, just wanted to give some information regarding it. So the board is aware of what's going on. We've had a need to clean, inspect, and perform any repairs on our digesters out at the wastewater treatment plant for some time. The project was prepared with specifications and put out to bid, and the initial plan for taking the digesters offline, we have a continuous stream of primary sludge that needs to continue to be handled during this project. So the initial specs and plan for that were put in place. The project was bid based on that, and the contractor has been starting the work and putting together the details of that plan to handle that primary sludge. It's resulted in the need for additional work and specialized equipment above and beyond what was originally anticipated to handle that. The project has been underway, and authorization was given to proceed on a change order. So this is actually a ratification step. We're asking for the board to approve this change order, $427,000, to implement, again, additional equipment and processing that's required to handle the primary sludge as we're going through the project. Current status is the digesters are real close to being fully emptied. It did ended up being quite a bit more solids, sludge in the digesters as was estimated. That's all we could do is estimate it at the beginning of this project. We can't go in those digesters when they're in operation. So the work is proceeding. This work under an urgency change order started in early March and is proceeding along. So with that, just a short description of why we're here with this sizable amount of change order, and to continue that needed work for cleaning the digesters. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Mr. Kildee?
Dave, have we used this firm before with this type of work?
We have not, and actually we haven't done this type of work. I was unable to dig up the actual year that this extensive of a emptying and cleaning of the digesters was performed last, but it's been quite a while.
Been a while, hasn't it?
It's very specialized work. We received 2 bids on this project when we went out to bid. So, but it is a qualified bidder that we're working with and continuing on the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Santangelo? Oh, I thought you had your hand up, sorry. Any other questions? Okay, what are the wishes of the board?
I'll move the approval.
I'll second.
The motion and a second, please vote. I just can't see Mr. Kildee's. Okay, he's green, so that carries unanimously. There are no public hearings. Any oral communications from board members? Mr. Mulchay?
I just want to make a disclosure. Earlier today, we went into closed session for the CSD for a conference with real property negotiator in regards to the 95 Dawson Drive property. I recuse myself from that due to my family's business having some business with parties that have a financial interest in that parcel.
Okay. And I will ask the city attorney if there's a report from the closed session.
There was no reportable action.
Okay, with that, this meeting is adjourned.
We will reconvene the Camarillo City Council. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Do we have an approval of the agenda? Any changes? Seeing none, we will move on to consent calendar.
Move the approval. Second.
And I have one question. I don't want to pull this item. I just had, I had asked John earlier if he could provide a little bit more information on item J, fleet vehicle replacements, in regards to the award of the bids.
Sure. So we are looking at replacing 6 vehicles as a part of this action, 4 of which would be Ford F-150 Lightning ZEV vehicles, and 2 would be the Ford Escape plug-in hybrids, also considered a ZEV vehicle. The unit price for the Ford F-150 Lightning is $43,979. The unit pricing for the Escape plug-in is $35,290.80.
Perfect. And the reason I asked that is that wasn't explicitly stated in the report, so I wanted to make sure we had those numbers. Yes.
There we go. I had a observation and a question regarding item G.
G, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, let me do the observation first. This is on the item for the Economic Development Marketing Services, and I know just as an observation that when we adopted the Economic Development Strategic Plan, Chapter 6, the potential strategies within that plan, noted that we were going to ultimately do a marketing plan, and I note that this is what this item is for. But I did have a question for either you, George, or for you, Carmen, and that is, do other cities who employ economic development professionals, do they typically go to an outside consultant to do a marketing plan?
Yes, there are multiple cities that have gone to outside consultants for marketing services. This RFP would be for a marketing plan, but in addition, an economic development marketing website and associated, services like photography, videography, graphic design, branding, all the fun stuff. So in Ventura County, no, there are no other cities that have currently gone for this yet, but we can definitely pave the way and be one of the first.
Okay, thank you. That's it?
Yeah. I know I had a
Motion.
motion and a second. So with that, please vote. And that passes unanimously. We have no presentation, so we're going to jump right into discussion items with item M, general plan amendment referral request. And do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Molche, members of the City Council. This is a map showing the 3 existing pending general plan amendments. We have the Rick Springville LLC Industrial Research and Development General Plan Amendment request at Springville in the 101, shown in green in the middle. Then we have the 3.4 acre site that's proposed to go from ag to industrial for Kenner LLC for the bus maintenance facility at 240 Glen Drive, shown in the middle of the map. And then at the lower right, we have the pending general plan amendment for New Urban West at the Camarillo Springs Golf Course to provide low-medium density residential on 31 acres and have the remaining site be golf. And then we have a proposed general plan amendment at the Clayburg Ranch property that's owned by McGrath's. It's at the west side of town. We'll get into the details here. So the request is for a general plan amendment referral, and the property is shown in yellow, is 135.21 acres, and it's owned by the McGrath family, and they're being represented by Dennis Hardgrave as the applicant. The surrounding land uses include the 101 freeway at the Central Avenue interchange to the north, Ventura County unincorporated land, and agricultural production to the west, Cambrio Airport and a drainage channel to the south, and Wood Road and hotel and industrial uses to the east. The property is currently being used for agricultural production, row crops, nursery stock, produce sales, and is in Ventura County unincorporated area. However, it's within the city's curb. This is a map that demonstrates the existing land uses that shows 30.2 acres of general commercial shown in red. Then we have 16.6 acres of office shown in pink, and 67.8 acres of research and development in light blue, and then the remainder roadways comprised of 20.61 acres. This map shows what is the proposed general plan land use designations to have 30.2 acres of industrial commercial on the northern portion of the site, with 61 acres of research and development through the middle of the site, and then 23.4 acres of industrial at the southern portion of the site, and then roadways comprising the 20.61 remainder acres. In addition to a general plan amendment, if this proposal is referred for further study, the application would also necessitate changing the zoning and amendments to the Airport North specific plan and environmental analysis subject to compliance with CEQA. Since this property is within the curb, no future vote nor any additional applications would be required to proceed with the pre-zoning and the general plan amendment referral analysis. In the future, however, the property would need to be annexed to the city, and the sphere of influence for the city would need to be amended if this moves forward. Also, various annexations and/or detachments affecting one or more special districts may also be required. And again, this would all be analyzed with the CEQA document if this proceeds. Staff coordinated with Public Works for review of the concept general plan amendment referral, and Public Works has indicated that new land development projects in the vicinity of the 101 freeway and Central Avenue interchange will need to analyze and determine the extent of improvement and reconstruction of the interchange that's required due to the proposed development. The layout and design of interchange improvements or reconstruction must accommodate and coordinate with the Ventura County Transportation Commission's current preliminary design studies for future widening of the 101 freeway. Design of the interchange improvements or reconstruction must also go through Caltrans intersection control evaluation process to ensure the current Caltrans standards are adhered to for appropriate vehicle, bicycle, and pedestrian facilities and connectivity. Traffic studies are required to determine the extent of widening that must occur on the bridge and the on and off ramps, and on the roadways that approach the interchange. The interchange improvements or reconstruction will need to include landscaping and irrigation, a new decorative city gateway monument for southbound 101 freeway traffic, decorative city gateway elements on the bridge, a new Class 1 bike path along the south side of the freeway with frontage connecting to the existing bicycle path on Ventura Boulevard that connects to Oxnard, and bike and pedestrian paths across the reconstructed Central Avenue bridge must also be connected to the future Springville bike path and central bike lanes. The water and wastewater facilities must be modeled to determine if existing facilities meet requirements for the additional capacity needed for the future development, and if necessary, existing water and sewer facilities must be upgraded to meet the sewer facilities that will be anticipated for the additional demand of service. Water conservation measures will need to be considered, and water supply study and water demand offset requirements must also be satisfied. Water rights must be transferred to the city, and completed groundwater allocation transfer forms must be provided to the city. Any existing water wells would be reviewed for transfer to the city after delivery of well data, and wells not accepted by the city must be destroyed properly by the developer. Again, annexation of the city would include annexation of the city's water service area and to the Camarillo Sanitary District as part of the project. This exhibit is taken from the Airport North specific plan and has been updated by the applicant to show the proposed land uses, again with industrial commercial at the interchange, research and development in the middle of the site, and then industrial at the southern portion of the site. It does show the original phasing of the Airport North specific plan in red, and the applicants have indicated that timing is appropriate now for this general plan amendment and development, which would be consistent in their analysis and their recommendation to move this forward based on the economic development strategic plan and the potential for a possible campus development. This is also taken from the Airport North specific plan and has been updated by the applicant to show the proposed land plan and building heights, with taller buildings closer to the freeway of 3 stories, and then 2 stories down in the industrial section towards the south. At this time, the referral process would provide the opportunity for a council to provide direction for any additional studies related to this request, such as an economic impact analysis. And then each request that would be referred to proceed to further analysis, of course, would be subject to CEQA and future public hearings and noticing requirements. The recommendation is for council to provide a motion with direction to staff to refer the request for further processing or terminate the application proceedings at this point on the request for an amendment to the city's land use element of the general plan on this 135.21 acre subject property. The applicant is present and has filled out a speaker card, and I'm available if there's questions.
All right, before I invite the applicant up, does council have any questions for Joe or staff? Kevin?
Joe, could you help me with a definition? What is industrial commercial? What's the definition of that?
It's a kind of a hybrid land use category where, based on the access to the freeway, you could have a mix of maybe an light industrial building with some office and maybe a hotel next to it and maybe a restaurant. So it'd be kind of a mixed use concept, and that's what the applicant has proposed. And so we do have that in our service commercial zoning in the city, but there are no other areas in town that currently have that.
So it's not like a unique zoning, it's just a zoning that oftentimes comes with an industrial park?
It would be more unique, and it would be part of the analysis of the update to the Airport North specific plan, which is kind of the zoning implementation tool. And then you use the zone change to also specify what uses would be appropriate in that mix to allow commercial with some industrial.
And then I have a question about the water, if I may, just very briefly. They will have to apply for a will serve water in any kind of development that would go in. Oh, hi, Dave. Okay. Maybe it's a question to Dave here. Just questioning about the process of obtaining a water.
Right. Yeah, as any land development project moves forward and goes through the process, this being the very initial stages, but eventually, yes, a water analysis, feasibility, supply study would need to be performed. Full compliance with our water conservation ordinances, which include offset of additional water demand, would have to be performed. Plans reviewed and approved, and then eventually a water will serve letter issued after all that is complied with.
Thank you.
Ms. Craven?
Stay there. However, this is in ag, and they have wells, so their wells would be dedicated to the city and either used or abandoned by the city, but at least part of the credits, or not their credits, part of the allocation that they have on farmland would then transfer to the city, right? Under current policy?
Correct. That process would be gone through. Since the Emergency Ordinance E and now the Groundwater Sustainability Plan, that process isn't as clear as it once was. There is a process still there that would need to be navigated.
Yeah, if I remember right, it was partially left in. Thanks to the city of Camarillo fighting for that.
Right, yeah, still to be determined as we go forward on these projects. And that would all be a part of that water analysis study.
Right, and the partial part was determined because, for the most part, agricultural uses more water than residential uses or than municipal uses. Okay.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, I will invite the applicant up, Dennis Hargrave.
Good Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Dennis Hardgrave, representing the Clayburgh Ranch McGrath family interest tonight. It's good to be here in person tonight. It's been a while. So I appreciate the opportunity to share this with you. Normally, I know as an applicant, are some time limits. I may need about 4 minutes if you don't mind. So just to give you kind of an overview, and I'll move quickly. Most of this information you've seen. The requested change is a relatively minor amendment to the Airport North Specific Plan and the Camarillo General Plan. As you know, the Airport North Specific Plan has been in effect since 1986, and this project has been anticipated as the third phase of that. It is not economically viable to move ahead with a project configured as was shown in slide number 3 with 30 acres of pure retail on top of all the other vacant retail land the city has, and over 20 acres of pure office space when the demand for office is down. So the concept is to create an economically viable industrial, commercial, research and development campus. The requested change is necessary in order to meet the economic changes and market demands that have occurred since the original plan was approved in 1986. The project site is the final phase of the Airport North Specific Plan. As staff has indicated, it's inside the city curb, and as was also in your staff report, LAFCO has indicated no conflict with moving ahead with the process at this time, even though they will have a future review process would this get to the point where it was approved and move forward for pre-zoning and annexation. Over the past 20-plus years, most of you know that there have been a number of the parcels within Phase 1 and 2 of the specific plan were amended from the original industrial uses. Almost immediately, there was an amendment to the plan after it was approved, which became the Target Center, followed later by another industrial amendment to become the Home Depot Center, followed by a later one for the Amara Center. So what's happened over time is that the industrial uses were eliminated from the plan, the research development and other ones, and it created what we have now, which is a robust retail commercial hub in the area from Las Posas Road to Springville. It's been a huge benefit to us as residents and for our tax base and just for convenience for our community. This requested change would amend the specific plan to be designated primarily for research and development and industrial blended commercial use in order to allow for flexibility in developing a really cohesive campus setting that would also result in parcels that are large enough to attract major employers and generate the higher paying jobs within the community that we've all been focused on. The most recent Ventura County Civic Alliance State of the Region report illustrated the decade-long continuing downward trend in employment in higher-paying manufacturing and technology fields. The staff report also contained a table showing the requested changes we have. I don't know if my mic went off or not. Did it?
No, I just
you're on.
hit it.
I heard the pop. The requested changes that we are asking for are consistent with the adopted 2018 City of Camarillo Economic Development Strategic Plan. I sat in on every session that we did over at the library. I sat in on the council sessions and study sessions you did, and it was a hard work process that a number of components of our community worked hard on. It made me happy to be part of this community the way we worked together on that. The primary goal within the Economic Development Plan is to foster growth and meet the following objectives, and I'm just going to restate a few things from our own policies we've established as a city. One, maintaining the city's fiscal strength, expanding high-wage employment opportunities in the city, encouraging optimal land use patterns, in other words, not creating conflict by putting industrial or office near residential as we move forward. Leveraging the city's unique opportunities to position ourselves as a center of innovation. We are uniquely located between Cal Lutheran, CSU Channel Islands, Naval Base Ventura County, and UC Santa Barbara to be the new central engine as both Thousand Oaks and Santa Barbara have run out of capacity to actually expand much, as you've seen over the last few years. And finally, increasing both attraction to tourists and business visitors and balancing growth opportunities while preserving our community history and our character. The changes are warranted at this time because there is a need for large-scale sites for economic development within the city of Camarillo to meet the general plan and economic development strategic goals and objectives. As I've pointed out in previous hearings, in different topic areas, that we have a limited number of large campus sites. We have a large inventory of land sitting with this phase, and we have a good parcel sitting right at the Springville interchange, which is formerly the Selleck parcel. We have those properties, but we do not have what I'd call a shovel-ready site at Springville, or I'm sorry, at Central Avenue on the Airport North Phase 3. The area between the airport and the US 101 corridor has been determined to be appropriate only for non-residential uses, leading to the determination that the highest and best economic long-term use of this property that is available to the city is for industrial and commercial and research and development uses. Staff has outlined a very complex process. It seems pretty daunting when you look at it, doesn't it? To say, here's all the things you have to do before you even get back here for a discussion of a vote. But our team is highly experienced in doing this. We've worked with your staff successfully for over 25 years on a number of projects that I think we're all proud of, and we would continue working with them on this. Between an EIR, technical studies, working with Caltrans, this would likely be a 5-year process before a first building site would be available or a building could move forward. I believe it's timely to refer it in 2022, as every year we wait to initiate this amendment is another year longer. We would have to wait to be able to tell any user, well, someday we might have this 60-acre site, or someday we might be able to accommodate this corporation that wants to move multiple functions to Camarillo. So I think with that in mind, we would just like to reinforce that as it's configured now, it's not economically viable. You can't afford to build the infrastructure, do all the Caltrans work, improve utilities, and then sit on another 30 acres of retail space and another 20-plus acres of office space. With that, I'm here to answer any questions, any details that I can help resolve or give you some clarity on. Thank you.
Do my colleagues have any questions, Mr. Hargrave? Kevin, we'll lead off with you.
Thanks for being here, Dennis. Just a question. I don't mean to put you on the spot. You answered one of my questions is going to be a timeline, and somewhere around, the 5 years, which seems somewhat reasonable. The question I have is an economic study, and I'm sure that's for what you folks to do, whether or not you feel in the future there's a demand for this type of usage for this land. As you know, that land has been there a lot longer than a lot of us have here. And when you redesignated a piece of land, the goal is obviously to try to get it to its highest and best relative value. So the question I have, and I know it's a little circuitous route here, but as far as a marketing study, you do feel that this potential, redesign and or redevelopment, reuse will have a future to it?
Yes, we've been looking at it with CBRE, who are, we think, the acknowledged experts in this region in terms of both commercial and industrial land. And as you know, there's a very large property west of us in Oxnard called Sakioka Farms, which is a specific plan. And as you know, they have had some massive buildings absorb a lot of their space already. They're also focused on a different type of customer, I would say, than we are in our economic development plan. And so as a result, we do see that the demand would be there. Historically, we've had about a 10 to 12 acre per year absorption in industrial. If you kind of flatten the curve, you go long enough over a long enough timeline. We had boom years, obviously, when Flynn Road happened and other things. But if you looked at it, if we had available land, we would be able to process probably this entire development would be a decade plus worth of land to absorb. Now, you would have to time the infrastructure. Obviously, some things have to be in day one. We're all used to that. Other things may be phased over time that you would be able to do certain parts. You wouldn't take all of the land and commit it to pads day one. You would work through phases of it would be the best way to do it. So yes, at this point, there's a sense that there's enough strength in the market and there's enough demand. Paul Ferry of CBRE has told me on more than one occasion that when large users come and they say, show me a 30-acre parcel I could build on next year, that's not something we can offer if a business would come to us. And I'm sure our economic development people would love to be able to say, come on out, bring your corporate divisional offices, bring your production facilities along with it. So with that in mind, yes, we feel like there's a demand. And even as part of the process, there probably should be an economic impact study done for the project as it comes back, separate from the EIR, but still to come back.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Mr. Hargrave, I have one question for you. If this were to be the request move forward, referral move forward, would that land, is the expectation that that land would continue to be farmed as agriculture and would not run fallow?
No, it would not run fallow. I will look at the property. No, they're shaking their heads.
Yeah.
No. This is a fourth generation farming family, can I say? Fifth, sorry, my apology. And no, they farm and they will continue to do so on whatever components aren't in the first phases, quite likely. Just depends how the thing proceeds, but they would definitely continue working on it.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to move to public comment, or I'm going to ask if we have any public comment. I don't have any cards on this topic. Does anyone in chambers like to come speak? I see no one come forward, so we will move to discussion deliberation amongst council. Mr. Tremblay?
Well, I'm supportive of moving forward. I do think that it would be appropriate to do an economic impact study concurrently with this and to add that to the staff's recommendation. So that's my comment.
Ms. Craven?
I support this. That airport plan was adopted, I think, in August of '86, just a couple months before I was elected to the council. And we've looked at this property maybe twice before with two other plans. There was one it was going to be a farm museum on part of it. And it looked like it would be a good project, but it didn't work out. And then the next time it came, it just sat. I don't think an EIR was ever done or completed. It never came back. But I think the timing is such now, there isn't, when the last one was proposed, we didn't have Springville yet. And I think this is a good time to look at this, so I can certainly support it.
Want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Kildee.
I've been at this property several times in my life. I've been around here a long time. And if you look at what potentially could have happened years ago to what potentially can happen now, I think it's the right time to see whether or not this project can move forward and or can be developed at some time. I'm a big supporter of high-paying jobs in the city, and I think this is an opportunity. I do like the concept of a campus and perhaps a research and development, and I think has said too that we've got the infrastructure a lot further along than we did a number of years ago. So going to be at least 5 years, I think, and there'll be several studies here, but it looks to me that this is a time to take a deeper dive into this and see what potentially could happen. So I'll be supportive of this.
Ms. Santangelo? Sorry.
Quite simply, I agree with the assessment that you shared here about what's available and what's marketable and what's good for the economic interest of the city. So it makes sense to make this change, and I'm supportive of it. I also agree, though, that the economic impact study, I think, would be really useful to help ensure that we're doing the right thing and to show that it works out. So I'm supportive.
Our microphones are popping today, huh? I will pretty much sum up what my colleagues have already said. I too am in support of this. I think it is at the time. And with decisions like this, we have to be looking out 5, 10, 15 years out. And I think the time to start looking is now. This will improve our infrastructure. It is, I think, consistent with the economic development plan that we've put forward. I too agree with the impact, the economic impact study. And I'm hopeful that in the future, this would bring some very high-quality, high-paying jobs to our community. So, and encourage those who already live here to work here in those jobs. So,
Your Honor,
yes, ma'am.
I would move to refer this request for further processing with the addition of an economic impact study.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. All right, that closes out item M. We are on to item N, Landscape Maintenance District Zone Assessments. And Dave, you have a presentation? Okay.
Council. This is the first step in the annual process to continue the levy of assessments for landscape maintenance districts in the city. We do this each year, and this year taking a look at what those adjustments and continuations are going to be for the 10 landscape maintenance district zones within the city. Actually, Zone 1, not shown on the map, it covers a wide area of the city, and it was the initial district formed and is funded by a portion of property taxes going to that zone. So the rest of the zones, 2 to 10, shown here on the map, are special benefit districts that the properties associated benefit from enhanced landscaping and also specific stormwater, basin, and drainage-related facilities. So the maintenance of those, cost of maintenance is covered by the assessments on each of the affected properties. The zones, including specifically for storm drain purposes, are Zone 3, called the Armetose Basins, and Zone 7, the Ceres Regis Basin, a large basin just north of the hospital on the north side of Antonio. So each zone has its own fund, and that fund has maintenance expenses are budgeted and funding provided each year in the city's budget. And that budget preparation process includes this annual review of each fund, the fund balance, the expenditures in each zone, or in each fund, and then any adjustments to the assessments are proposed as needed to cover the maintenance costs of each zone for the work in each zone, and also to maintain the reserve level that's required of 20% of expenditures per City Council reserve level policy. The table shows the 2 columns of the current annual assessments for each zone and then the proposed assessments. And you'll notice several of the proposed assessments are the same as last year. There is no need for increase based on cost of maintenance relative to the assessments that are being collected and also meeting the reserve goal. There are several zones that are being recommended for increase, specifically for an increase to cover the cost of maintenance in those zones, and those are shown in blue. The ability to increase the assessments within zones for most of these zones is included in the formation of the assessment, allowing for an increase of what's called the maximum assessment. The actual assessment levied doesn't have to be the maximum because we only levy what is required to cover the maintenance costs. But the ability to increase that maximum assessment is included in most of these zones, either a set 3% ability to increase or according to the annual increase in the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. One of the zones, Zone 3, the Armetose Basins, has no such provision for an annual increaser. This zone was established in 1989 with the development of the properties. I'll provide a little more detail on this zone as we go. And that assessment of $69.24 has been set and the same for nearly 32 years since the development of those properties. And over time, the cost of maintenance has increased, and now we are proposing an increase to that assessment up to $140. And since there is no provision included in the original formation of that assessment district for that increaser, any adjustment or increase per code requires a balloting process according to Proposition 218 requirements. So a little more information on Zone 3. As I mentioned, it is the Armetose Basins because the road that is a part of this development, when it's approved, is Armetose Drive, just north of Upland Road, at the curb area of Upland Road. Just north of this is the city limits, obviously, as shown on the map, and then Hillside. And the development of this project to build these 27 homes, there's 27 properties in this district, required the installation of 2 detention basins, stormwater detention basins, to essentially accept the runoff that's coming from the north and then into the developed area and into a storm drain system. So that's where the specific benefit for the development of this project of 27 properties is identified, that these detention basins and the drainage system are a special benefit for these properties. And an assessment district was formed, as I mentioned, during that time of development in 1989 to create this assessment district for those properties to pay into and cover the costs of maintenance. So there's the 2 basins. They are located within easements. There's access easements to the city. They're on parcels owned by the associated property owners at those locations. Then there's a storm drain system that comes down into Armetose Drive and then connects into Upland Road. Along the way down Armetose are 8 catch basins in the street that are also maintained as a part of this assessment district. A couple photos of the detention basins up there. This is the larger one on the east. The easterly basin accepts drainage from the north, coming into the basin here, and then also from some the properties adjacent drain in. And the maintenance effort is to keep this free and clear and operational, with free of weeds and trash and debris and any sediment that might build up. There has been removal of sediment over the years to make sure the basin is at capacity as designed. And then for it to be able to drain out, this is the standpipe, the outlet structure or pipe for the water to drain out into that storm drain system that heads down the access road and out to Armetose Drive. So again, maintenance of this area to make sure that's free and clear and operational at all times is the maintenance effort that occurs. The other basin to the west is a smaller basin, but still functioning the same, accepting flows from the off-site property to the north into this area. You can see somewhat of an improved situation. This basin is located more in the property and near the access drive, and the property owner has planted some landscaping in there that's not prohibitive to the operations or maintenance of this basin, so that hasn't been a problem. And it's less maintenance. Obviously, you can see the size is much smaller, and as needed, weed removal or trash or sediment removal, but very minimal efforts over the years here. But it is inspected regularly to make sure that it is clear and free and functional as when needed for detaining and transferring stormwater into the drainage system. So here's a summary of the Armetose Basins. Again, formed in 1989, no annual escalator provision. I just wanted to walk through the columns showing current fiscal year 21-22, that annual assessment of $69.24 on 27 properties. And this just shows the progression of each year, and we look at this again annually. We look out several years into the future also to see where things are tracking, and if any adjustments. We want to make adjustments as needed ahead of time rather than a large adjustment down the road. And so a beginning balance at the beginning of this fiscal year was $1451. The revenue, $1869, that's the fixed revenue, hasn't changed for 32 years at $69.24 times 27. And then the expenditure in the budget for expenditures this fiscal year at $2,755, leaving an ending balance of $565. That's the amount that should be 20% of that 2755 number, the reserve policy of 20% of expenditures. And at $565, that's currently at 3% instead of 20%. The prior fiscal years have drawn down that fund balance, so this beginning fund balance of 1451, was higher the year before, and then a portion of that fund balance was used each successive year till we are where we are today. And if there was no change made, in the next column is shown next fiscal year, if no change is made again, the beginning balance being at 565, revenue the same based on the 27 properties at the fixed assessment. Expenditure estimated at $3,245 is what will be in the budget, and then the math is ending balance expected to be negative $811. Essentially, any negative amount there would need to be covered by other funding sources. General fund is it will be the source of funds for that, and of course, not zero fund reserve. So the proposed amount is based on coming up with a final ending balance to meet that 20%. Picked a round number, 140. It's roughly right at 100% of the doubling of the existing assessment to $140 per year per property. So if that was done, just running through the math again, the 565 beginning balance, revenue now at $3,780 to cover that expenditure of $3,245, yielding an ending balance of $1,100. That does calculate to a 34% coverage fund reserve. And then if that would go forward into the next year, that beginning balance would be used. If there wasn't any increase, and again, what we estimate on is based on inflation or CPI, typically our maintenance costs. We do see increases over the years as we issue new contracts, that there will be an expected increase. And what would happen is that expenditure would increase, but we wouldn't necessarily have to increase the assessment in the next couple years because there would be some fund balance there to cover that. And then that's what we look at out ahead a number of years every year to see when is that going to occur? When are we going to dip below that 20% fund reserve level to determine if we need to make any adjustments? So also just went through, okay, what if we don't change again, or if we don't make any changes, and that 6924 is carried through into fiscal year 23-24, negative starting fund balance, obviously the revenue is fixed, expenditure the same, ending balance is $2,187. So that will grow over time, that amount of coverage that will be needed by a general fund source of funds to cover that difference in cost. Summarize the expenditure amount is made up of, and the details are in the engineer's report that's a part of the agenda packet. But the maintenance, monthly maintenance, inspection and maintenance as needed from our landscape maintenance contractor. There's a monthly cost there. And then we also perform inspection, required inspection and clean out of the catch basins as necessary on a quarterly basis. And sometimes they're not cleaned out quarterly. It depends on how much stuff is in those basins. So that's also part of the cost. The other part of the cost is our consultant cost. That's administrative consultant cost to prepare this engineer's report and this process every year. All that's divvied up evenly amongst all the zones. But so there is an element of expenditure in here for that also. So again, to reiterate, no increase here to keep pace with inflation over the years, and the level of maintenance and services that are provided are the necessary to make sure the benefit of these detention basins remain in place and operational. So next steps. As I mentioned, this increaser in Zone 3 does require a Proposition 218 balloting process for this increase, and we would also include an escalator provision in this change that would be per any annual increase in the Consumer Price Index or CPI. So any increase, if it was determined to be needed in the future, would be according to the Consumer Price Index increase. There would continue to be outreach to the 27 Zone 3 property owners. Staff did send out an initial notification letter that this was going to be included in tonight's item as we move forward in this annual process of proposing an increase to Zone 3. So we did send out an informational letter trying to explain as best as possible everything that's included in this whole process and some frequently asked questions. And we'll continue to reach out to the property owners if council so chooses to move forward with this process. We have been in touch with some property owners. We have heard concerns regarding the cost of maintenance and the need to increase the assessment. So we have heard from property owners. The next step would be then, as a part of this action here tonight also, is setting a public hearing on June 8th. And that is required also for all zones, for all the continuation of existing assessments or any increase. A public hearing is needed, so we are looking to set that June 8th public hearing. And then a part of that process, if the Zone 3 adjustment, a Prop 218 process is approved to go forward with, that would include, at the public hearing, is the close of the time to submit a ballot. Part of the outreach to the property owners would be sending out a ballot to each of the owners for them to provide any response or protest to the proposed increase. So ballots would be received and tabulated at the public hearing, and any increase would be approved based on those ballots received unless there's a majority protest, which then defeats the proposed increase. If that process would be defeated for Zone 3, the existing assessment of $69.24 would continue as a part of the normal annual process of levying the assessments at that rate. And then the remaining costs, again, of the approximately about $1,300, $1,350 a year would be needed to be covered by the general fund. So with that, the recommendation is in the agenda report and shown on the screen, including proceeding with the balloting for the proposed Zone 3 increase. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Dave? Tony?
Yeah, I have several questions if I can, Sean. And it's all with respect to Zone 3. And first of all, I appreciate Mr. Mishler having sent me some information. And Dave, I did have a chance to chat with you briefly, but let me just kind of go through this. I just want to confirm my understanding as to a few things. My understanding is that there have been more expenses incurred on this zone than income since approximately the 2014-2015 fiscal year. Am I thinking of this correctly? So for the last 8 years, roughly, it's been upside down?
That's correct.
So it's been dependent upon reserves that have accumulated in order to solve that issue, right?
Correct.
For the last 8 years. When there is not enough income to meet expenses, is it true that what happens is that the taxpayers in the rest of the city subsidize those cleanouts through the general fund?
Correct.
So in other words, the 27 property owners do not pay. Basically, everyone in the city pays through a general fund.
Correct.
Even though those basins are for the benefit of those 27 property owners.
Correct.
Would that be accurate to think of that way? My understanding is city staff charges no costs to the Zone 3 expenses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. My understanding also is that, and I think you alluded to this, but I don't know if it's clear, that there's actually two separate contracts that are extant for Zone 3, and there may be for other zones too. The first one is a landscape maintenance contract, correct?
Correct.
And the second is a catch basin contract, right?
That's correct.
Are both of those competitively bid?
Yes.
Are both of those competitively bid within a this is important, I think, from a contextual standpoint, so I'll make sure I understand this. Those are citywide contracts, right?
That's correct.
So they're very large, and Zone 3 is a real small portion of those large contracts, right?
Correct.
And so typically in your experience, would economies of scale attach to a bidder's proposal such that a smaller area might be, that it would be less expensive to be part of a larger contract than to be separately bid?
Correct. That's what we expect off of a large contract approach like that, right? Economies of scale.
Okay. I note that on, and I don't think it went up on the board, but on page 17 of the district, out of the assessment report, out of the district budget, it indicates for contracted services, if I'm understanding, that would be the landscape contracted services at $2,400 for the year, about $200 a month.
Correct.
And for the catch basins, $775 for the year, right?
Correct. A portion of that storm drain also provides for if there's a need for sediment removal. We do include that in the budget. There have been times in the past in the larger basin that we've used a separate contract to go and remove sediment as needed.
Okay. And just contextually, my understanding is as far as the landscape maintenance bid proposal, the original proposal for Zone 3, the original 2019 bid amount was $186 per month,
Correct.
and that was then subsequently increased by 4% to $193.44 per month effective July 1 of last year?
Correct.
Okay. And we're looking here at approximately a $200, if it's a $2,400 for a year, we're looking at $200 a month, which is slightly over the $193 currently, correct?
Correct.
And for the landscape maintenance specs, that details what is done in terms of general maintenance and weed control and debris basin clean out and inspections, right?
Right.
And I understand that one of these basins, there's really not a lot of work that's done, and the homeowner the property owner has beautified it and planned it, but in the other one, which is substantially larger, I think it's the eastern one.
Correct.
There would be more work that could be done. And then as far as the storm drain catch basin proposals, those are charged like in varying amounts depending on the frequency that's needed, but you have an annual budgeted cost of $775 per drain, right? Or, I'm sorry, I misspoke, $775 for the drains in that area.
Correct.
Okay. But that, again, that's a competitively bid project, part of a much larger one. Okay.
Right. Citywide, right.
I know there are, and I know there have been expressions regarding cost concerns on this, and I get it, although I note that the assessment has been in place for the last 32 years unchanged. And contextually, we're going from about $1,800 a year to about $3,800 a year, spread over 27 property owners. I guess I only know of two ways to try to contain costs on this. And the first way is to either rebid separately and rebid both of these contracts to deal only with Zone 3. Would you expect that there is a reasonable possibility that if that were to occur, the bids would be even higher, the services would be even more expensive?
Compared to our citywide bidding of all the zones, I would expect there, yeah.
I phrased it very deliberately to say, is there a reasonable possibility?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And then secondly, the only other way to control the cost would, I think, that I can be aware would be to actually reduce the services. But would that be advisable, given that these are storm drains that we're dealing with and in a heavy winter need to be cleaned out?
Right, we would not advise that.
So I'm sitting here trying to think of how we would do a better job of trying to control costs. You either got to reduce the services or rebid it, and I'm thinking that either action would probably be futile. As much as I share the concern over costs, I'm not quite sure what more the city can do relative to that. So anyway, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions, or did Tony ask them all? Okay, we got some more. Ms.
David,
Kevin, sorry.
May already touched on that. Is it the fact that this is a unique, I'm speaking about storm drain, number 3 here. Is it a unique process that we have to do, or is it kind of part of it that we probably didn't keep up to the cost level years ago, and now we sort of have to increase this just to keep up the level of service out there?
The issue is that we aren't able to increase the amount of assessment, period, without a process like this. And it just so happens, we've been able to contain costs. There was a period of time actually where the fund balance did grow to the point where refunds were made to the property owners because the fund balance did exceed the amount needed to cover the costs. Just a real quick calculation, if you run the CPI from 1989 to now, it's a 138% increase over 32 years. So that assessment amount would be at $140 today if I had done the assessment district, well, if the assessment district was prepared with an increaser originally, that increase would have occurred as needed. And especially, maybe more in more recent years, the cost of contract maintenance services has gone up. We've seen that increase across the board for all city contracted services.
Thank you.
Ms. Santangelo?
Dave, can you explain, or maybe put the slide up that showed what will happen with the assessments? That one. Can you explain to me why the fund reserve percentage that we're proposing is 34% rather than 20%, which is what our policy is?
Right. So to hit the mark right on the head of 20%, this 140 would, I'd have to do the math on it, but it would be some other not round number. Maybe 136 or 135 and a half or something like that would result in hitting that 20% exactly. Honestly, across all of these zones, none of them are right at 20%. Some are quite a bit higher, and we're continuing to not increase. A lot of those zones that we're not increasing assessments and haven't increased them for some time is because there's fund balance that's being utilized. So that's the reason looking at building in a little bit of buffer to not have to be making adjustments every year. It was decided, let's propose this $140, and that should see the fund through for several years without having to implement an increase or right away. So.
And then this question may put you on the spot because you're certainly not responsible for everything that's happened since 1989. But why did this zone end up without any escalator built into it? Do we know?
Good question.
I can make a stab at that.
Go first.
The landscape master plan was adopted, I believe, in the summer of 1986. And I think this came into effect in '89. I think this was the first one, the first of the districts that was formed. And there was one over in Mission Oaks that didn't have an escalator. And you learn. The people who were there then, it was the first one, and I don't know why it didn't, but they hadn't thought of it. And they learned, and it changed.
Dave, one question I just want to highlight. Although we have an escalator clause in that, we would not be utilizing the escalator clause in the event that our costs for servicing those basins doesn't increase. As long if they stay relatively flat, say for the next 3 years, hypothetically, and that reserve level doesn't ever at any point dip down below 20%, we will not utilize that escalation clause to increase rates. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. Staff would not come forward with a proposed increase. As the exact same case with several of these other zones where there's no increase is because of that exact case, where there is an increaser provision, but we're not utilizing it because there's no need.
Right. Okay. Any additional questions? No, I want to take public comment. I do have one comment card on this item. Mike Mishler? And Mike, we'll give you 3 minutes. Your mic. No, the city clerk is handing them out right now. Mike, I won't go over the rules because I know you know them well, so.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council. So as was mentioned, there's 2 storm drains very quickly in 2000. I'm going to be going to detail on that. There was a $500 rebate to everybody. You can see the budget down there in the middle of the first page for the last 10 years. The first point is the smallest drain basin on the west at 6143 receives 0 work. There is no work. It's not a question of little work or minor work. There is no work. The homeowners are here. They do all the work. They live there. They're retired. No one has worked on that basin in 10 years from a contractor standpoint. It is looked at, driven away, but no one has done 0 work. So all the expenses that you're looking at should relate only to the second basin. There's no reason to have costs associated with that first basin because there is 0 work done in the last 10 years. Okay, and the second basin does require a little bit of work. And you can see the numbers down there below. But you have to remember that there's no irrigation up there. There's no weeds growing during the 6 months outside of the potential rain season. You can go up there anytime you want from now for the next 6 months. It will look exact. It's just dirt and some cement and asphalt. There's nothing there to do. I'm not sure why the city requires someone going up there and looking at the dirt and paying a couple $100 a month on. And I will also point out that we have a neighbor who's taken pictures of one of the contractors who went up there, drove up with a pickup truck, sat in the pickup truck for 1 hour, didn't even leave the pickup truck, and after 1 hour just drove away, not doing anything. That's their maintenance work. There's nothing to do for 6 months out of the year up there. On the second page, same pictures you guys have. And then I'm going to talk more about that newspaper article. If you go to the third page, you will see that the average cost during the 1990s, the city was paying $280 to do all the work up there per year, average. Today it's 10 times as much. It went from $280 per year to now $2,800 per year. I've talked to 20 of the 27 landowners, homeowners in there. If you go out to a vote, you're just wasting your time and money. It's not going to happen. The costs are way too high. I have a 2-acre parcel up there. I have a drainage basin in my backyard. I take care of it. I know how much work is required. For 6 months out of the year, you don't have to do anything. There's no rain. There's no weeds growing. You cut down the weeds once or twice a year, and that's it. And you don't need work done every single month when nothing's happening. During the winter, yeah. Thank you very much. Any questions before I leave?
Thank you, Mike. I don't see any, but thank you. Do I have any other I don't have any other comment cards. Does anyone else want to speak on this item? Otherwise, we'll turn it to council. Deliberation. What is the will? Mrs. Craven?
I'll move to adopt a resolution preliminarily approving the engineer's report declaring the city's intent to levy and collect assessments, including proposed or new or increased assessments related to Zone 3 for fiscal year 2023 within Cambrio Lighting and Landscape Maintenance District Zones 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and setting a public hearing for June 8th at 7 p.m. in the council chambers.
That's right.
Mr. Tremblay?
I'd like to second it, but I would appreciate, I'd like to amend the motion just slightly or add to the motion, and that is that we ask staff to prepare a second letter to the property owners in Zone 3, explaining to those property owners contextually some of the facts that came out tonight so that when they're voting on this, they understand what is at issue here. So I would ask.
I'll accept that as an amendment to the motion.
I'll second Mrs. Craven's motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is staff clear on that? Okay, I see nodding heads. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are on to last discussion item of our 5 o'clock session, and that is the water conservation requirements in response to drought conditions. It's a receive and file.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a verbal report status update. some information you're already aware of, clearly, and then some evolving situation that's underway. Despite significant rainfall in December and a few storms since, drier than normal conditions persist in California. We're in a third consecutive dry year, and the last 3 months has been the driest consecutive 3-month period on record. City Council adopted a Stage 2 water supply condition in early January of this year, which calls for a 20% reduction in water use, with outdoor watering restricted to 3 days per week based on an address schedule. Additional conservation measures are necessary in response to continued drought conditions, which are expected to persist as we enter the summer season. A recent executive order from the governor calls for urban water suppliers to implement actions to reduce water use by 20 to 30%. The allocation of state imported water from Northern California has been reduced to just 5% of normal Schedule A allocations, which is not enough to meet the demand for water in Southern California. The Metropolitan Water District Board of Directors is meeting on April 26th to likely declare a water shortage emergency condition in the areas that are dependent on imported water from Northern California, including Camarillo and other water purveyors within Cayugas Municipal Water District. MWD is expected to require all water purveyors to implement restrictions on outdoor watering to 1 day per week and also perform effective enforcement of those restrictions. Failure to implement the 1 day per week restriction and enforcement actions by June 1st, 2022 will subject a water purveyor to penalties of up to $2,000 per acre foot of their imported water use. That's purveyor by purveyor. Metropolitan has also indicated that further restrictions to no outdoor watering may be necessary if significant conservation is not realized. Staff is working on a letter to Metropolitan recognizing the need for further conservation efforts, but also while recognizing Cambrio's substantial investment in the desalter to offset the demand on imported water. We don't want to be penalized in any way for our efforts to develop local sources of water supply. The Cayugas Municipal Water District Board is planning to meet in response the day after Metropolitan meets. That'll be April 27th, and Cayugas is expected to declare the same water shortage emergency condition and restrictions as Metropolitan. Camarillo's Water Conservation Ordinance includes our current Stage 2, which is restricting outdoor watering to 3 days per week, plus some other restrictions. And then Stage 3 reduces that outdoor watering to 2 days per week. And then Stage 4 prohibits watering altogether with potable water. So we don't have an existing stage in place in our ordinance with a 1 day per week restriction. Therefore, we're preparing a specific conservation measure to include the 1 day per week restriction for council consideration on May 11th, likely as an urgency ordinance, so as to be effective before the June 1st timeframe that Metropolitan would look at enacting any penalties for use of imported water. Staff is also going to continue to increase our current conservation monitoring and enforcement, and as well as water conservation messaging to all of our water customers and the general public. So that's a status update. Be happy to have any questions.
Questions? You have a question, Mr. Kildee?
Dave, this is just for the residents that we serve, not necessarily the residents that are outside of our boundaries.
So
Is that correct?
any action council takes on any restrictions are specifically for our water customers only. What's expected, though, is Metropolitan's going to act and essentially put into place the requirement for restrictions for any agency that has access to imported water from Northern California. So it will apply to all water users within the Cayugas service area, which is a large part of the eastern part of Ventura County.
And even though, just for the public's edifice, even though we have blonde water and we do blend, we do buy imported water.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I have.
Any other questions? I'm just going to ask to see if there's any, I don't have any public comment cards on this item. Do we have anyone in the audience that wants to speak on this item? Sorry. I am seeing no one rush forward. So, Mr. Tremblay, comments?
I just, some comments for context, because I know both Mrs. Craven and myself, having sat on Fox Canyon GMA and been very focused on water issues. First of all, just to get out of the way, I truly believe in water conservation, and the residents of our city and also the residents of the city of Camarillo within the Camarosa Water District have done a good job. Kevin, in this instance, the city of Camarillo and Camarosa Water District would probably have their interests really align, because we're both taking state water project water from Metropolitan Water District. So you would expect that this, just to a large extent, would likely affect both city residents who are either served by Camarosa or by the city of Camarillo, respectively, in pretty much substantially the same manner. But there are some real nuances here. For example, back in mid-March, DWR announced a 5% allocation of state water project water. And so that has elicited now a lot of open questions regarding Metropolitan's what it may ultimately do. The original plan by Metropolitan was to take a 55-gallon per capita per day approach and utilize that approach for a more stringent water conservation goal. But then the goalpost kind of moved, and they're now talking about limiting this outdoor watering or limiting to 1 day outdoor watering and I think some of the water purveyors like Camarosa view that as more of a quote-unquote cleaner or easier to enforce type of restriction than figure out total gallonage per capita per day. But that said, Ventura County and Camarillo is known as a state water project only area within Metropolitan, because there's a substantial portion of Metropolitan that is served not only by state water project water, but also by Colorado River water. The restrictions that Metropolitan is intending to do not impact the areas of Metropolitan that are not state water project only areas. So for example, you go to San Diego or you go to different areas in the rest of Southern California served by Met, those restrictions are not going to be placed on them. It's going to be placed in our area, and to a large extent, Metropolitan's issues regarding state water project water in our area are plumbing issues. Camarosa and other water purveyors would tell you they're really plumbing issues that Metropolitan has not acted upon in a long period of time. When there's discussion about cutting use by X percent, no one at this point really knows what that means in terms of a baseline. And one of the other things that Metropolitan has been talking about, which is really of concern, we talk about the desalter, which is really of concern, is Metropolitan, for purposes of restrictions, was originally talking about all water in our area. So that's not only state water project water, which ultimately, when the desalter is in production, this city's supply will be made up of about 13% of state water. I mean, it will go way down. It would be our own desalter water that would also be influenced by these restrictions. That is a complete disincentive to local water suppliers to spend millions of dollars, and this city has spent $66 million on our own desalter. It's a complete disincentive by Metropolitan, and it's a complete failure to acknowledge what local jurisdictions are doing. So I just think and one more, since I'm obviously not exercised about this enough, and that is, no one knows what enforcement's going to look like. I mean, the water purveyors who are out there, Metropolitan is a wholesaler, but we have two primary public water suppliers. There's some private ones that supply city residents, but two primary public water suppliers serve city residents, the city of Camarillo and Camarosa. And then you have the wholesalers like Callegas and Metropolitan. Nobody knows what that enforcement is going to look like. So these goalposts are really moving. But one thing we do know is that the restrictions are going to start coming fast. And I think it's logical to assume that we'll be in a stage 3 by sometime, at least I say at the latest, by the end of May, by the end of next month. So those are things just to sort of keep in mind. Those are some of the nuances to all this in terms of the approach. In some ways, Metropolitan is trying to, hit, they're using a sledgehammer. But I'm not going to go with any other metaphors on this one. But so it's really complicated, but it's serious, and we have to conserve more water. Question is, how do we get there, and in the fairest way possible to the retailers and to the public who's consuming that water. So thanks for letting me make some contextual observations.
They were good ones. Any other comments? Seeing none, all right. This is just a receive and file, so there's no action on our part.
Move to receive and file.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. All right, passes unanimously. I'm going to look at the city manager. I got 6:21. We still have oral communications, but I want to make sure that we get through finish our closed session, and then also have time for a break. So I'm apt to move oral communications to the very end. Is that fine? I'm seeing nodding heads, so. All right, so we're going to do that. We're going to move oral communications at the end of our 7 o'clock agenda. And so I see a lot of people in the audience. Clearly, I'm going to take a small leap and assume that you're all here for the 7 o'clock agenda item. So we're going to recess right now. We're going to recess back into closed session, and at 7 o'clock, we'll be back to take up probably the agenda item you're all here for. So with that, we will recess City Council into closed session. All right, we're going to call to order, we're going to reconvene the Camarillo City Council for our 7 o'clock session. And first up on the docket is we're going to take just general public comments. These are public comments, anything that is not on the agenda. I don't have any comment cards for general public comments. Is there anyone here in the audience that wants to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Okay. Safe to assume we're all here for the agendized item. We'll move on from public comments. We have no public hearings, and we will jump right into our discussion item, item P, annual status update of the existing general plan amendments.
Thank you very much, Mayor Molche and members of the City Council. The city's general plan is required by the state of California state law, and Camarillo's plan consists of 9 elements, with land use being one of the primary elements among them. It's a long-range comprehensive policy document that serves as the blueprint for development throughout the community in Camarillo. And periodically, it's revised and updated as needed. Amendments may be considered each year, and we also have annual status updates on any existing general plan amendments that are already referred for study. And that process is provided in accordance with City Council Policy 7.01, which establishes the first meeting in April for those items to be heard. This map demonstrates the 3 pending general plan amendments that will be presented this evening with the status update. First, starting from the left and moving right, the left is GPA 2019-1, which is all industrial for the Rick Springville LLC at Springville Drive and 101 Freeway. And then in the center of the map, we have a pending general plan amendment 2017-3 for Kenner LLC at 240 South Glen for 3.4 acre site industrial. And then we have the pending GPA 2017-2 for New Urban West at the Cambrio Springs Golf Course on the right. So this map demonstrates the existing general plan for the Rick Springville LLC proposed referral that's under review, and it shows that the site is currently commercial and research and development, and the entire 46.88 acres is proposed to go to all industrial. And the existing zoning is commercial plan development and limited manufacturing, and it's proposed to all go to limited manufacturing. So this referral took place in 2019, and recently, this past February, there was the triennial review for this 46.88 acre property, and the council voted unanimously to allow this referral to continue through processing, again, for all industrial research and development. So the upcoming next steps would be to continue allowing staff to study this amended general plan amendment referral. And then staff will also be working with the owner to prepare a mutual written consent to terminate the existing agreements that will return to the council with proposed termination along with the proposed entitlements and consideration of the general plan amendment, change of zone, amendments to the Airport North specific plan, and then CEQA review, and all that will occur at future public hearings. And we'll take a brief pause there before we go on to the next.
Any questions for Joe? No, you're good to go, Joe.
Thank you. Next is the General Plan Amendment 2017-3 that was submitted for Roadrunner under Kenner LLC. The existing general plan land use designation is agricultural, and the existing zoning is agricultural exclusive. This was also referred in February of 2017, and it's changing from ag to industrial for 3.4 acres, and it's part of the bus maintenance facility at 240 Glen Drive and part of that expansion. And the original concept was for additional parking and storage of the non-Vista buses and maintenance. There was a trial review of this referral in January of 2020 where the City Council voted unanimously to allow the referral to remain in place and continue processing. And the pending next steps is that Roadrunner is currently working to finalize existing building permits for the maintenance facility that's there today. And then they'll be proceeding with the general plan amendment, change of zone, modification of their industrial plan development permit, and then CEQA review will be part of that with future public hearings, timing to be determined. And I'll pause briefly if there's any questions on this.
Kevin?
Want to make sure I hit the right button. Joe, specifically with the Roadrunner, has there been any negotiations or movements at all on this particular? I know that with the change of ownership and with the COVID situation too, but have they been in consultation? Have you had some, some verbal discussions and/or email or anything
We've
else?
had some recent verbal meetings, but their focus has been more on their property on Dawson, and they have a pending project that's working through entitlements there for a storage facility in the service commercial zone there. And that's been their primary focus, along with trying to wrap up their open building permits at this existing facility. But they do clearly indicate that they want to proceed with this general plan amendment.
Thank you.
Nope. I don't see any other questions, Joe, so you're good to go.
Thank you. Okay, next is General Plan Amendment 2017-2 on the application of New Urban West. And it is the Cambrio Springs Golf Course. The existing general plan is quasi-public, and the existing zoning is rural exclusive. This referral request took place and was referred in 2017 with a vote of 4-1 with Councilmember Craven dissenting. And the request is to change 31 acres of the golf course from quasi-public to low, medium-density residential, with the remaining 151 acres of the golf course property to continue as quasi-public for golf course use. As part of the referral, there were studies that were required by the City Council back in 2017 when the council referred this for further study. First is for fiscal impact analysis to be prepared by a consultant that is to be selected by the city and paid for by the applicant, and it must include a land plan and comparative analysis on the various sizes of the golf course formats, 9, 12, and 18-hole configurations. It's to include a pro forma for the installation and ongoing annual operation and maintenance for the various sizes of the golf course formats, provide identification of the parties responsible for the ongoing annual operation and maintenance of the improvements that would be constructed as part of the project, including the golf course and clubhouse, required to have a financial analysis detailing the sources and uses of funds necessary to operate and maintain the new amenities. Analysis would be required of capital costs for installation and ongoing annual operation and maintenance costs associated with the installation of improvements as part of the project, including but not limited to the dog park, water feature, and pedestrian walking trails. The study also was to include analysis of the impact to property values of existing established properties within the Camarillo Springs community. And that would be determined from how the project would potentially impact existing communities. So, for example, how would the new development with either a 9, 12, or 18-hole golf course with the new clubhouse, dog park, et cetera, impact the value of existing properties in the Camarillo Springs area? Then a detailed hydrology and hydraulic study was also required to analyze conformance with FEMA floodplain requirements and to address localized stormwater flow with the proposed development. Also, of course, we had to comply with CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, and so the city has hired Cadence Environmental Consultants, who's been under contract with the city and has been working on preparation of a draft EIR. So the applications that have been filed by New Urban West include the general plan amendment. They also include a tentative track map for subdivision, a change of zone to go to a residential zone, a residential plan development permit for site plan and architecture for the neighborhood and other amenities, and a special use permit modification for the golf course to modify the golf course and reconfigure the 151 acres to a 12-hole course. There was a triennial review of this referral in September of 2020. The City Council at that time voted 3-2 with Council Members Craven and Kildee dissenting to allow the referral to remain in place and continue processing. This slide is a concept illustration of what is proposed, and you could see at the top the 248 single-family detached for sale senior units that would be restricted to persons age 55 or older, at least one of the residents. It's going to include expanded lake and trail area, park, walking trail, dog park, renovated clubhouse, and outdoor dining, And then the balance of the property that's not fully depicted here is the golf course that'll be reconfigured to a 12-hole course. We have started the draft EIR. It was released for a 45-day public comment period from September 21, 2020 to November 5, 2020. The city received a total of 84 letters and emails commenting on the draft EIR that included several comments on drainage and flooding. Staff has been working with Cadence Environmental Consultants on the preparation of responses to comments received. However, staff had several concerns with the applicant and their engineers that we've discussed with them on the proposed drainage plan and flood protection measures. And under the city's existing contracts with Cadence, we entered into a third-party peer review subrecipient contract with Camarillo Consulting to conduct an independent review of the proposed drainage plan and flood protection measures, and he is a professional engineer in this subject matter. So the peer review by Camarillo Consulting has identified several key findings and recommendations, and in a few moments, we'll be turning the slideshow over to Mr. Dave Klotzel, Public Works Director, and Mr. Hassan Kasre, our consultant under Cadence, to provide an overview of hydrology. But as with the others, I was going to highlight the next steps. So the next steps would be for NUI to resubmit additional information and analysis in response to the latest review letter from Camarillo Consulting of March 2nd, 2022. And NUI's indicated they've been working on that. And we will have changes to the drainage plan that will require revisions to the tentative track map and the companion applications. The updates will result in significant new information that under CEQA will require updates to the draft EIR and recirculation for a 45-day public review period. FEMA and Ventura County Watershed Protection District would also need to review the significant new information. Right now, the timeline for this recirculation is unknown. Responses to comments on the original draft EIR that have been received have been on hold now until after we do the recirculation. Once we complete an updated draft EIR and recirculation, staff will accept any new comments and ultimately will provide responses to original comments and any new comment letters received. And that will be part of the preparation of the final EIR. And again, the timeline for that work is really yet to be determined. Also, we have had Nadelson Dale Group under contract to prepare the fiscal impact analysis, and it was started, but it's been placed on hold while further review has been conducted on the drainage. It is important that that review is based on timely market conditions when it gets finalized, so that's why it's been put on hold, because we've had additional time for hydrology analysis. Once that fiscal impact analysis is completed, of course, it would be released for public review prior to the future public hearings on the project. So we know we have more work to do with CEQA, the California Environmental Equality Act, and the applications for future public hearings are yet to be determined on when the timing would occur for that. We also would like to highlight that the city's been made aware of a naturally occurring oil seep in Pond 7 on the golf course property. And the golf course property owner is currently working with state agencies that have jurisdiction over the matter, including the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which has required that the pond be drained. Staff's reviewing a proposed work plan that's been prepared in consultation with Fish and Wildlife to backfill the pond in order to mitigate threats to wildlife. So that concludes the status updates, and for now, we're going to have Mr. Klotzel and Mr. Kasre take over and discuss the hydrology for the Cambrio Springs project.
Thank you, Mr. Vaca. As mentioned, we'll give a brief summary overview of what has transpired in the review of the hydrology and drainage plan that's been presented by the developer for the Cam Springs project. So first, just general orientation. Probably most everybody's very familiar with the location, but from a drainage and hydrology standpoint, a couple key elements to point out. But Cambrio Springs sitting here at the base of the Conejo Grade, just south of the 101. And the drainage patterns in the area are a regional large watershed drainage that flows into and then comes down Conejo Creek from areas to the north and east. So Conejo Creek is the regional drainage that comes under the 101 and then to the west side of the Cam Springs area. The other item that's has to be considered is the local drainage area. Call that the local Camarillo Springs runoff. And that is coming from the higher elevations surrounding Cam Springs to the south and to the east, off of the hills. And that is a watershed that then drains into the Camarillo Springs development, primarily ending up in the golf course with a drainage channel exit out at the west end of the golf course and into a confluence with Conejo Creek. So we have the regional runoff and the local runoff that is a part of this hydrology and drainage plan review. As was already stated, one of the key elements that council has given direction on, a very detailed review of the hydrology and drainage related to the proposed project. The next slide shows FEMA's 100-year flood map in the area. And obviously, Conejo Creek is the main contributor to that. Under the 100-year storm mapping, what is shown in light blue is what's called the floodway. And then as the flood waters expand outward into the darker blue is the flood zone, area, special flood hazard areas, and with water surface elevations calculated, and in that dark blue section of flooding that comes into the Camarillo Springs area is at water surface elevation of 118 in that area. This is, as I stated already, it's the 100-year flood mapping from FEMA. And as you can see, the portion of the Camarillo Springs properties within that 100-year flood zone, 154 properties on Margarita, and then the rest of the portion over here in that section. So that is the 100-year flood map drainage situation, existing flood maps. And then related to the proposed project is essentially proposed fill in the orange area, shown as the area where the homes are proposed, elevating that up out of the flood zone area, roughly elevations approximately 122 to 125 feet above sea level as compared to that 118. So an elevated fill area and acting as a flood barrier to Conejo Creek. So this area of elevated fill comes over and then ties into the elevation here at the hillside. And what you see is the darker blue flood zone being kept out of the Camarillo Springs development area here, both the proposed homes, which are higher, and then the existing homes, which are below, areas that are below that 118 that are currently in the flood zone, but with this embankment creates a barrier. Now, part of the study to be able to have this eventually reviewed and then approved through FEMA and the other agencies is there can be no rise. Basically, there can be no negative effect on the flood zone mapping as a result of this project. So there's a planned excavation in this area down here to create essentially storage area for the flood waters. So there is no net negative impact to keeping the flood waters out of Cambrio Springs by this raised embankment. NUI has, the developer has prepared a drainage study, including the regional and local runoff. And that has gone through extensive review here, both by staff, also through Ventura County Watershed Protection District, looking at the regional runoff and the how Camarillo Springs project ties into that and is in effect affecting that. And then FEMA has also reviewed this. And as things have progressed and the drainage plan has been modified in response to review, as Mr. Vaca indicated, additional review will be required back through Ventura County Watershed Protection District and also FEMA. As we started to look at the initial proposed drainage plan, several specific concerns have been raised since the beginning, and our main point of review for the ongoing submittal of the drainage plan and revisions, and that being this and the proposed fill here, creating this embankment, as was shown on one of the previous slides, essentially creates a lake area, a basin, And the critical element is how is that going to be drained? And especially with a typical development and construction of this sort with an embankment and then a lake area behind, that one of the standard requirements is to have an emergency overflow, basically an unobstructed surface overflow to where when water gets up to a certain level that it would spill out and not affect any of the surrounding properties, both existing or planned development properties. So it's one of the challenges with this project is not being able to provide that surface unobstructed overflow emergency spillway. And then also, of course, the concern and the need to study further what would happen in the case of different level storms and then also possible different failure scenarios, both with all of the drainage plan is dependent on and on buried pipes and box culverts and flap gates to make all that work. And so we're very interested in what happens when some of that fails or plugs, a pipe gets plugged. So that's has been a big part of the review that has occurred. So staff, did the initial review and came up with a couple areas of concern here, and hence the desire and need to enlist the assistance of Hassan Kasre, a local hydrology and drainage expert, to perform a third-party peer review. As Mr. Vaca did mention, that is still in process. It's been back and forth. There's been revisions to the proposed drainage plan. Hassan will go over some of that with some detail. And we feel that is nearing completion. The applicant has been responsive to the reviews and presenting response information, and that's what we're waiting for right now is a submittal of additional response to the latest review letter from Kasre Consulting. And that's going to be the next step is where we are. So I'd like to, next slide, we have an overview of the drainage plan, and Hassan will go step through a few of those details and point out a few of the results of his review. There's another couple quick takes of those other ones. Do I press the no, to the right? We'll advance the slide. Yeah. Got it. We'll put the rest of it on that. Okay. The pointer.
With the red.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Okay, thanks. Thank you so very much for having us, Mr. Klotzel. I wanted to mention that under contract with Cadence Environmental, we've done a series of independent hydrologic and hydraulic engineering analyses. The first review that we completed was done in summer of last year. When we reviewed that master drainage plan report, we found the study to be somewhat incomplete and not up to the right level of hydrologic standards. We also found that the report to be inadequate for a number of other reasons. One was that they did not, the study did not include any kind of failure analysis or what-if scenarios, what would happen in the event of some kind of a mechanical or other failures. And also we noticed that they're not proposing an emergency spillway for the embankment for the lake area, and also when they provided the hydrologic or floodplain analysis, they did not really include the effects of the local Camarillo Springs Creek, and the mapping was only done based on Canoa Creek flooding. So there were a number of reasons that we found that the first report to be somewhat inadequate and incomplete. We've done a series of other reviews. We've gone back and forth with the design team over the past several months, and they've been responsive to our recommendations and requirements. And we now have a drainage plan that I believe, just as an independent flood control engineer, I believe it's a system that will function as intended during a 100-year flood condition. That is not to say that we have no risks. There's a number of unspecified or unknown risks associated with the design. And there's also, obviously related to natural process, fires, floods that do happen. As we know, we had in 2013, we had the fires, we had the landslide in December of 2014, and Mother Nature tends to repeat herself. These things will happen, especially because of global warming. I think that's important to consider. But we now have a drainage system that I believe will function better compared to what was presented before. Let me just point out a few items of importance here. Looking at Camarillo Springs Road here, bridge there, or culvert, we have an existing golf cart culvert under the road. They're now proposing 4 5.5-foot diameter pipes to relieve the pressure from the east side of the road embankment and carry the water to the west side of the road embankment. They are also they're now separating the runoff from Camarillo Springs Creek, completely separating it from the lake. In the first version that we saw, what was proposed was that a good part of the flow would be going to Canoa Creek via this single box conduit, 12.5 by 6.5 reinforced concrete box. But part of that flow was going through a special 40-foot wide window or orifice, and it would enter the lake. And as a result, the water level in the lake was going to be around 114. And so we thought that was really, it doesn't really give the community a lot of safety factor, and that's dangerous. And so in discussions with them, they came back with another concept where this concept right here, which basically separates out Camarillo Springs runoff, Camarillo Springs Creek runoff completely away from the lake, and it's all conveyed to Canoa Creek confluence via that single box and to a double box culvert right here as well. They're roughly around 3,000 to 3,500 feet long, and they have the same geometry, same slope, and they function the same exact way. So about a third of the flow will go through that conduit, and the remainder will go through the other two. As a result of this change, we now have a separation wall that needs, a flood wall that needs to be breach resistant, meaning we don't want it to fail during a 100-year flood condition. And so it needs to be built based on, in our opinion, it needs to be designed based on the Army Corps of Engineers standards for flood walls or levees. And then we also have at the downstream end of the lake area, which is this solid blue area, we also, of course, we have this embankment that will be formed as part of D Street right here. They're also going to have two 48-inch pipes that will be draining the lake into Canoa Creek. But because the water level in Canoa Creek is so much higher than the surrounding area around the lake, that is called a levee condition. So that embankment will behave like a levee, and it's a levee condition. And the only way that this lake will drain into Canoa Creek will be via a single 4-foot diameter pipe. But they also have an extra, they call it an emergency pipe as well that will help, in the event that the first pipe is plugged up, the second pipe will also kick in and release the water out of the lake. We, based on our own independent analysis, we actually ended up reanalyzing the entire drainage system and the hydrology of development using alternate methods and techniques, and we found the results to be fairly close to what they had provided. Some of the results that we came up with are somewhat a few inches higher, like the water level in the lake will be higher than what they're proposing or calculating. But hydrologically speaking, they're within reason. They're fairly reasonably close. Our study did find that in the existing channel from Margarita Avenue to Canoa Creek confluence, which is about a 400-foot distance that there's there's going to be a net increase in runoff as a result of this new concept. Let me have some water if you don't mind. This is an important finding in that we determined and we agonized over this piece of information. I really wanted to make sure we understand why this is happening. What we discovered through our independent analysis that basically this new concept is going to convey the flows from Cambrio Springs Road to Canoe Creek faster than under existing condition. And that makes sense, right? Because under existing condition, we have a golf course. The flows that run through the golf course will be running over grassy area and earthen area, and so it will be flowing at a slower velocity compared to conveying all that flow in a very efficient concrete line box, conduit, or 3 of them. And as a result, the runoff from Camarillo Springs Road will reach the confluence much faster. And as a result, there's going to be a net increase in runoff in the short channel from Margarita Avenue to the confluence. And the flow velocities the velocity of water coming out of these box conduits will be significantly higher than what we have currently. And as a result of that, we recommended that they install a major energy dissipator structure at Margarita Avenue. And so they understand that why that would be needed, and they have told us that they're going to design that, and that will be included as part of the drainage system upgrade. So basically, as a result of this proposed condition, in our opinion, the 100-year water surface or the 100-year flood will be conveyed to Canoe Creek safely. The water level in the lake will be about 2 feet or 2.5 feet lower than what was proposed before. And you may have seen an elevation of 114 around the lake. We thought that was too close for comfort. I did not believe that there was enough safety factor in that. And as a result of this separation that's occurring at this flood wall location there that I showed earlier, basically, the amount of runoff that will be reaching the lake will be significantly smaller and lower than what was proposed before. As a result of, but because the geometry of the lake is still the same, the elevations are all still the same, we have the same surface area and same depth, but we have a lot less runoff coming into it. As a result of a smaller amount of water reaching the lake, the water level in the lake is going to be lower. It is now as shown by their analysis around 111.3. Our analysis shows that to that same, for the lake water level, that we show a number of 112. But regardless, that's about 2 to 2.5 feet lower than the lowest ground elevation or pad elevation along or adjacent to the lake. And that property is the very, very last property on Margarita Avenue adjacent to the lake. And that the pad elevation for that particular house is around elevation 115. The backyard obviously slopes down into the lake area, so that drops off. But I believe we now have 2.5 feet of safety factor that we did not have 9 months ago. So I think that's definitely an improvement on the design concept altogether. One more thing I do want to mention is that when we started reviewing this drainage master plan report last summer, I felt I was of the opinion that the hydrology that they had used was too low, and that was just not good for comfort. I've lived and worked in Ventura County since the late 1980s. I used to be county hydrologist. I've monitored many storms in our county. 1993 storm, the 1995 storm, 1998 storm, which flooded the city hall actually here in Camarillo, as some of you may recall. Also the 2005 storm, and I've personally monitored those, and I believe our storms are really flashy, and so I felt that the hydrology that had been provided was inadequate. As a result of our comments and going back and forth with them, they actually redid the analysis, and as a result of that, the hydrology actually doubled. So what that tells me is that we now have a system that has a lot more safety factor built into it, in that we now have a higher level of standard to design for. And that's where the additional secondary bypass box culverts came from, and additional pipes under Camarillo Springs Road, and also a much smaller volume of water in the lake. So that's, that's the result of some results of our review process. I can now safely say that with a lot more confidence than before, that the 154 houses will be safe from flooding. We went above and beyond a routine review in that we actually did some additional failure analysis of our own. We made some assumptions about, for example, what if the culverts at Cambrio Springs Road are plugged up? What would happen? Well, obviously that area on the east side of the road will pond up and overtop the road. And where would that water go, right? So we wanted to know what would happen. I really wanted to make sure the community is aware of what the risks are. And of course, some of that overtopping would happen under current condition as well. But what is being proposed will be an improvement over the existing condition. So another kind of test that we did, just as a test, like a stress test, after the recession that we had, how the federal government wanted banks to do a stress test and make some assumptions for catastrophic failures in the financial system. Very much like that, hydrologically speaking, we did a series of additional stress tests. One of them was to look at what would happen if we had a multi-day storm happening. For example, in 1995, March 9th, March 10th of 1995, we had two storms back to back, right? We had the Pineapple Connection, we had the storm from Hawaii, we had the storm from Alaska, and they combined, and we had a double impact of those. And that's really critical, because if you have a lake situation and the first day storm comes and it's trapped in that lake, when the second day storm comes, we don't have as much capacity available, right? So obviously so what would happen if we have a 2-day storm or a 3-day storm? So we determined that because the water level is now about 2 to 2.5 feet, the 100-year water surface elevation in the lake is about 2 to 2.5 feet lower than what had been proposed before. We now have we have more safety factor in the lake. As a result, we should be able to accommodate a 2-day storm safely. And that's based on our hydrologic assumptions. We looked at the County of Ventura's hydrology manual and benefit from some of their assumptions or their findings. So that was one stress test that we did. We also did look at the potential for a 500-year flood happening. Again, the biggest concern being what would happen to the homes adjacent to the lake. Obviously, the new homes are going to be high and dry. As Mr. Klotzel indicated, the ground elevation is around 120 to 125 or thereabouts, and so several feet higher than some of the homes on the south side of the lake, lowest elevation being around 114. And so obviously our concern we've been really focused on those more vulnerable properties there. And so now that we do have more safety factor and we have a much smaller drainage area draining into the lake area, we believe even the 500-year flood would still be contained. And that's with the flap gate closed. Mr. Klotzel did mention that the outlet structure that's being proposed will have flap gates on them. Flap gates, unfortunately, are not the most reliable. And what happens, even if the flap gate itself is, a flap gate is basically literally a lid or a door that they place at the end of a storm drain, right? It discharges into receiving waters. And this flap gate basically has hinges on top, and it would open and close. So if it's going to be in the closed condition, and so water from Canoa Creek will not enter the lake area. However, as the water level in Canoa Creek drops and the water level in the lake goes up, that head differential or that water surface level differential will push the gate open. and water will come out of the lake. So with mechanical things such as flap gates, the danger is both ways, right? Well, what if that remains closed for many, many days and we don't drain the lake? Well, we end up, potentially having West Nile virus, situation and mosquitoes and things like that until that lake is drained. What if the lake or the flap gate remains open and it doesn't close in time? Well, obviously, if it's open, then the water level from Canoa Creek will go back up into the lake area, subjecting the adjacent parcels to flooding. And so we've analyzed all of these things under flap gate failing, under condition of flap gate not failing. We looked at multi-day storm analysis for the lake area. And we also did a series of failure analyses. So having said that, we do have an unknown amount of risks associated with the drainage system proposed here. We typically don't design drainage systems with that kind of a concept where we have at the end of the lake where we have that orange embankment that they call D Street, because to me, that's a lake, that's a dam embankment, because it's an engineered lake, it's not a natural lake, and it behaves like a dam embankment that's perpendicular to Camarillo Springs Creek center line. When you think about it, it's dam across the river, a small river. On the other hand, because it's parallel, that embankment is parallel to Canoa Creek center line, it behaves like a levee. And so it's a levee condition every time you have the computed 100-year flood elevation in the river higher than the adjacent ground behind this embankment. That's a levee condition. And so as a result, we believe that concurrent with the recirculated EIR, that the applicant needs to go back to FEMA, even though they do have a CLOMAR that's apparently accepted by FEMA. I believe, again, I'm expressing my personal opinion, that they need to go back to FEMA, let them know that there has been a change. Tell them two things. One is that the local community believes this is a levee condition, see what they say, number one. And secondly, they need to point out to FEMA reviewers that now there's a change condition. The change condition being that we're now discharging flows into the Canoa Creek confluence at a faster rate. Therefore, we will have a slightly higher runoff rate reaching the confluence. And then we also have a system, an embankment, an outlet structure that has these mechanical flap gates. And so collectively, that tells me that a revisit to FEMA is in order. Equally, a visit to Ventura County Watershed Protection District is in order for two reasons. One is that they're the local agency that has the expertise in designing embankments and dams and levees, just like this kind of a situation. So that's a good reason to go to that agency and get their assistance or their opinion on this. Secondly, there is a real nexus to go to the county watershed, and that nexus being the floodway of Canoa Creek, because the floodway of Canoa Creek is touching the improvements, the embankment at Margaret Avenue, the energy dissipator. Basically, that's all part of the floodway of Canoa Creek, and the short proximity to the confluence. These are all good reasons for the county watershed protection to have a say in this. Lastly, I'd like to mention that we are concerned about this proposed design not having an unobstructed emergency spillway, because frankly, it's not feasible. They just can't make that happen with the current design. The flap gate idea is problematic with the steel flap gate, doors opening or not opening properly. They've come back with the idea of perhaps using a new design. An alternative flap gate design called a Tight Flex is made by a company named Red Valve. I spoke with their rep in Orange County recently. They indicated to me that they didn't know if this flap gate idea is being used in our region or not, but they're going to look around or ask around in the company to see if they've sold that to anyone. I did learn that both as part of the levee construction, there are 2 levees being proposed along the Santa Clara River, one on the Oxnard side, one on the Ventura side, all south of Highway 101. And these 2 levee systems, my understanding is that both of them are considering this kind of tight flex flap gate concept. And that I believe, the consensus by the county is that that's a much better design than the conventional flap gates with those doors. And that's what's being proposed here as well. So I think from that standpoint, that seems like a good idea. Still, it's a mechanical equipment that's subject to failure at some point. Who knows for what reason? But perhaps it's going to be a better design than the conventional flap gates. So having said that, we still do have the issue about the emergency spillway being missing here. They do have a secondary pipe, outletting the lake into Canoe Creek. They refer to that as the emergency, spillway, but to me, that is not exactly what an emergency spillway looks like. The fact that they have the same pipe size, they have 2 pipes, 4 feet in diameter, and circular pipes with flap gates on them, the fact that they're the same exact pipe size at exactly the same location, same slope, same elevations, and discharging to the same exact point at a confluence, that doesn't give me a lot of, it doesn't, it's just peace of mind. I would have had, more peace of mind if I knew that there was a totally separate kind of a structure in a different location. But one of the biggest issues that I have with a flap-gated outlet structure like this is that if at the outlet, at the confluence with Canal Creek, if the creek bottom comes up and silts up because the flow velocities are low in that little short channel from Margaret Avenue to the confluence, then if we do have siltation and one of the flap gates isn't opening, well, the other one is not going to open either because, sedimentation is going to happen at both of them equally. So with that, I believe we, lastly, in order to finish up the master plan report, there's some hydrologic comments that we had made, very minor changes. We need to see some analysis for the proposed breach-resistant flood wall, that separation flood wall that we talked about. We'd like to know if there's a better way to come up with an emergency spillway, and also we'd like to see the design for the energy dissipator structure at Margaret Avenue. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, this time we're going to take questions from council to either Hassan, Dave, or Joe. Tony, I saw your hand up first.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a lengthy series of questions. Is that okay for our consultant? Can I go through that? Or I yield to Mr. Kildee if it was.
You want to go first, Kevin?
How about I yield to you, Kevin?
What would you like to do, Kevin? Do you want to get yours?
No, I mean, I have a long series of questions, so.
Go for it, Kevin.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, you hear me okay, Hassan?
Yes, yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hassan, I just have a couple of questions, and I'm not an engineer. I'm a pants salesman by trade. But I want to ask you a couple of questions. I'm going to put my engineering hat on. Would you consider this an environmentally sensitive area?
Well, that depends on as if it's an endangered species kind of sensitive area, or 303D kind of sensitive area, or
Just that, there's a detention basin there. It's surrounded for the most part to a certain extent with mountains, and we've got the Highway 101. You have a little tiny bit, kind of close, a little bit of industrial, but a lot of agriculture. We do have a rather sizable mountain that is there.
Yeah.
And I guess from that, not necessarily a technical, but just sensitive area as far
Yeah,
as certain things.
Yes, absolutely. I believe it's a sensitive area for the simple reason that we already had a fire in 2013. We had a major landslide that destroyed 9 houses in 2014. We have an earthen embankment being proposed, and earthen embankments, critters live in them, and we often have concerns about levees because the critters, drill holes in the embankment, and when the floodwaters come up, the water goes right through the embankment, and before you know it, the levee will melt away like powdered sugar. So from that standpoint, obviously, this is not a concrete-lined earthen embankment. It's an earthen embankment. So that concerns me, and also the fact that we do have unknown risks in this watershed and many other watersheds, and also especially in light of the global warming. I think from that standpoint that's important. Yeah.
And this is my last question. So within that realm, I'm trying to get my arms around this. With the hydrology and the substantial amount of potential change that we might have to do this, is it also fair to reach to the conclusion that there'll be a lot of long-term maintenance situations out there as well in many different factors and areas, perhaps?
Yes, absolutely. I'm really glad that you mentioned that, Mr. Kildee. This is a very maintenance-intensive, maintenance-dependent design from a drainage standpoint. For one thing, we don't use mechanical devices to protect homes, and to me that's usually not the best idea. So maintenance is critical, and that's why we said that they need to have an approved operation maintenance manual provided with this. The staff that will maintain these are not landscapers and people who do routine golf course maintenance. They have to be specialized in flood control or flood protection devices and equipment and flap gates and weirs and things like that. They also need to know how to spot cracks in flood walls, levees, things like, so from that standpoint, this is a highly maintenance intensive design concept, yeah.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Tremblay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Kazray and Mr. Klotzel and Mr. Vaca. Where's Mr. Klotzel? There he is. So I've read the submissions, and I've read those include I think the 84 comment letters and emails to the draft EIR for tonight's meeting, and then I've listened to staff's presentation and your presentation. I really appreciate it. You're going to have to forgive me, but I'm going to use the expression, I need to go down into the weeds. Yes. I'm not sure that's an appropriate expression when we're talking about flood protection, but it is a complex subject, yes. So my apologies in advance. And what I'm keying on, Mr. Kazray, sorry, yes, Mr. Kazray.
Yeah,
Kazray, yeah. Sorry, okay. What I'm keying on is attachment 11, for my colleagues, attachment 11 to the agenda report. And that is your report dated, your hydrology review letter dated March 2 of 2022. And if you have that with you, I'd like to be able to refer to it and kind of walk through that a little bit.
I do not have it on me, but I probably memorized.
You probably know it by heart.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, let me get a few details kind of out of the way first before we go there. It's my understanding that your firm performed independent modeling and review and analysis of the most recent submission by NUI and its hydrology consultant PACE, and that was submission number 3, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that submission, I believe, was in December of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And specifically, I'm referring now to page 8 of the agenda report and attachment 11 to the staff report and page, your report is well organized. It has both an executive summary and then a technical summary. Right. And I'm going to ask a little bit about the executive summary, but then I'm really going to get down in the weeds and ask you about the technical summary.
Yes, I understand.
Fair enough?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
First of all, the type of hydrology modeling that your firm used is known as the HEC RAS two-dimensional model.
That's correct.
Would it be fair, and you utilize that model to independently verify results provided by NUI's submission,
That's correct.
which is a different form of modeling, right?
That's correct. It's a different software, yes.
It's a different software. It's the XP SWMM model
That's
software,
correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the modeling that you used was not intended to be used for design purposes, correct? It was really to review what was going on.
It was only for review, not for design. That's correct.
I mean, your report notes that.
That's right.
Okay. Now, when you describe this, and I apologize again for this being a complex subject, when you describe the HEC RAS two-dimensional modeling, is it fair to say that models the hydraulics of the water flow through water channels, right?
That's correct.
I mean, in a nutshell, that's what it does, right? And would it be fair to say that that is a widely accepted and widely used form of hydrology modeling by hydrology professionals such as yourself?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, you found that there, and this is on page 5 of your letter, in attachment 11, and I think you alluded, well, you didn't allude to it, you said this, that you found that there was a benefit to the existing residents by reducing the flood elevation to approximately 112.0.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. And you also found, and this is in the executive summary on page 6, subparagraph C, you found that the proposed drainage system would, quote-unquote, function as intended.
Yes.
Would you also, though, say that it's fair that that's on paper?
On paper, yes.
In other words, that's theoretical.
That's right.
Okay. So now, going down more into the weeds in terms of your technical summary, if I'm understanding you correctly, what I'm hearing is that there are still appear to remain some significant flood protection risks
That's correct.
extant in what has been submitted. And I want to kind of walk through that and make sure that my understanding is correct about what your conclusions are relative to the model, relative to submission 3 provided by NUI and its consultant PACE. I'm going to start in the executive summary on page 3, subparagraph J, and in the technical summary, page 6, subparagraphs 2, and most importantly, page 15, table 9, which you probably already know by heart.
Yes.
All right. So between, in fact, maybe could we get the slide that shows the lake and the West Basin area back up there? It may not be demarcated as such. So, and you may have a pointer, I'm not sure, but if you've got a pointer, you can shine light up there. Okay, so between the proposed, what you found, if I'm understanding you, and I want to make sure I understand you correctly, is that between the proposed lake and the West Basin, which is the area designed to separate the upstream Camarillo Spring Creek flows and the local flows adjacent to the lake, you found that a 100-year flood event with breach at separation would worsen the flood hazard for existing residences, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's in your technical summary on page 6, subparagraph 2.
Yes.
So in other words, is it fair to say, based on that conclusion, that that could result in a larger or a wider area of inundation involving the existing residences?
It will be worse than existing condition, that's right.
It would be worse than the existing condition?
Exactly.
Okay. So same area, okay, we're talking about the proposed lake and the West Basin, except let's hypothesize this time that it's a 500-year flood event and not a 100-year flood event. And hydrology professionals I know do this all the time. You got to look at the 100-year, you got to look at the 500-year. Gosh forbid if we ever get into the 1,000-year, but anyway,
That's right.
then we need the arc. But in any event, hypothetically, let's assume a 500-year event. Your report says, and I believe, that there would exist a breach at that separation which would inundate the majority of the existing houses plus plus a portion of the proposed new senior homes. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, yeah, where are the senior homes here in this area?
Uh-huh, yeah, you have it in Table 12
That's right.
of your report. It's on page 18, Table 12.
Yeah. Yeah, so, that's the reason that when we talked about that separation flood wall, that I thought it should be designed to the Army Corps of Engineers levee and flood wall design standards. Typically, they design facilities like that, flood walls or levees, for the 100-year flood, plus 3 or 4 feet of freeboard. And that freeboard is basically extra space above the water surface elevations just for safety factor. So they say in the event that the water level will go up 3 feet, we're still okay, we're safe because our wall is 4 feet higher, so we still have safety factor. And also agencies look at the 500-year water level and against that freeboard. So, so you would look at the 100-year flood water level elevation in the West Basin, plus 3 or 4 feet of freeboard, or look at the 500-year and make sure that 500-year is contained.
Right, right, and I get the 3 or 4 feet of freeboard, and that's a relatively standard from a hydraulic standpoint. But what I'm returning to is, under both the 100-year and the 500-year scenario,
Yes.
there could be a breach at separation,
That's correct.
which could worsen the flood hazard for existing residences.
That's correct.
And in the 500-year flood event scenario, or hypothetical, it could also impact some of the new proposed homes. That's what your report found, right?
I see it in the proposed homes up
Uh-huh.
in this area.
Yeah.
That number, I don't believe that was the case, but if you can, maybe if I can.
Well, if you take a look at on page 7 of 19, number 5 of your 500-year event, it indicates, does it not, that the calculated water surface of 121.6 NAV D88 would inundate the majority of the existing houses plus a portion of the proposed new senior homes. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly, yes.
Okay, all right, phew, all right. Now, does that separation, I'm really on a roll, okay. Does that separation between the proposed lake and the West Basin, in your professional opinion, does that need to be designed as a flood wall or another breach-resistant type structure?
Yes, in fact, we had a phone conversation with the NUI design team, and we discussed that very point. And even though they refer to the separation flood wall, which is a short wall separating the lake from the West Basin, we made a comment that I think was clear to them that they would be building the separation wall all the way to Cambrio Springs Road. So there's an embankment area. It's kind of a wide brown area there. That's an earthen embankment, but then they would be designing it based on a levee design condition. They, in fact, indicated that, number one, yes, we'll definitely extend this, major flood wall or levee system all the way to Cambrio Springs Road. So that was really important. Secondly, that they even suggested maybe perhaps building that as out of soil cement, which is a levee that's built along Cayugas Creek, just south of Upland Road, along the Prince Ranch. So
Okay.
that kind of a design. And of course, my point to them about that particular thing is that, yes, you're designing that properly. I mean, the soil cement should be a good option. It's just that I'm personally not familiar with a soil cement levee design that has water on both sides. Because not only do you have water in the West Basin area, you're going to have water in the lake area behind it.
Right, not just water on one side, but water on both sides,
In my opinion.
which is different.
That's right.
Okay. So all of that said, is it possible then, in your professional opinion, that during a 100-year event or a 500-year storm event, could that flood wall encounter structural failure, which could subject the homes to inundation?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially, okay. Turning your attention to the executive summary.
Oh, excuse me, may I add something to that?
Oh, sure, go, yeah, please.
So when talking about the 500-year flood, it's such a catastrophic event that most likely, as that happens, a lot of water will be overtopping Camarillo Springs Road. And as a result, you have several feet of water on the road itself before that water gets to the west side. So it's not just, the 500-year flood is not just going to show up at the flood wall. It's going to basically fill up the area on the east side of Camarillo Springs Road, come up higher and higher, and then eventually overtop the road, and in which case some of that flow will go north through the Gulf, past the clubhouse, and then some of it will be inundating the homes near near Cambrio Springs Road.
Right, so it's a far broader context, isn't it?
That's
Maybe I should properly say far greater impact.
Impact, absolutely.
Okay.
And of course, that danger also exists today in our reality, right? Because obviously the existing 10-foot by 7-foot golf cart culvert under Cambrio Springs Road is not designed for any kind of a major storm event like that. So the road will be overtop, in which case we'll have a major kind of a weird type situation, water overtopping, going different directions, and inundating some of the houses on the south side.
Okay, all right. And in your executive summary, going back to that, and I'm on page 2 right now, subparagraph J, it notes that the lake embankment needs an unobstructed emergency spillway and flow path per the city's requirements, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so now I want to kind of turn to this emergency spillway issue. Is in your conversations with NUI and their consultants, are they familiar with the city's emergency spillway requirements?
I think so. By now, they should be. We've pointed out, for example, the existing detention basin, Alta Vista detention basin along Cayugas Creek as part of Pitts Ranch development. That has an open surface, unobstructed emergency spillway, and that's what the city requires. You'll notice in my comment, I specifically said that this is a requirement by the city, and I was trying to make a distinction between the city requiring that versus other agencies, such as the county. For example, the county of Ventura has a number of debris basins and detention basins throughout the county that have emergency spillway structures. They're not open on top of the embankment, but they're on the side, on the inside of the basin area, lake area, or dam area. And there's a big structure. Water will go over the structure and get out through the embankment. So having said that, the county will be very quick to let you know that, hey, by the way, yes, we do have emergency spillway structures throughout the county, but none of them have mechanical flap gates on them.
Right. Those are quite distinct. So, for example, those types of structures which are maintained by the Watershed Protection District are far different. They're absolutely distinguishable from the type of structure we're talking about here.
That's right.
Is that a fair
Yeah, it is fair
comment?
to say that. Yes, exactly. And for one thing, they do not have homes within the lake area of detention basin, number one. Also, they typically have 1 foot of freeboard safety factor for the spillway. The spillway is set 1 foot above the computed 100-year water surface elevation. And then as the flow goes over the spillway, they have additional freeboard on top of that before you get to the top of the dam. So there are a number of safety factors built into their kinds of design. Additionally, they have multiple outlet structures at different levels. So they have a low-level outlet pipe, or they have a riser with slots in it, so that water will slowly go through the riser and get out. And then at different levels, they may have other pipes and other outlets. So this is kind of a multi-outlet type of a design. So it's very different. In here, we just don't have that luxury. Very simply, when you consider that our computed water surface elevation in the lake is 112 based on our analysis, or 111.3 based on their analysis, the lowest pad elevation behind that, the home on the north side of the lake, that's elevation 114, 113.8 or whatever. So we basically have 2 feet to work with. So if you are already putting 1 foot of freeboard above the 112 elevation, it just doesn't give you a lot of flow depth. So
is another colloquial way to say that is there ain't much room for error?
That's right, exactly.
Okay, all right. So NUI's or PACE's submission did not, if I'm understanding correct, it did not include an emergency spillway, am I correct?
They did not include an emergency spillway, except that in the latest version of the submittal, what they mention is that they have a secondary 4-foot diameter pipe next to the operational 4-foot diameter pipe, and then this secondary pipe will have some kind of an opening on top of it, and so the water would have to get up to a certain elevation of around 112.3 or something, and then it will go through the outlet structure. So another little kind of a nuanced design change between this idea and what the County of Ventura has done and many other agencies is that typically when you design an emergency spillway, you design it not for the reduced flow coming out of the lake, but you design it for the unreduced flow, peak flow that comes into the lake. So in this particular case, what we're talking about, it's easier to think about numbers. So basically what they're designing that pipe for is just it's a small, maybe a 6-foot diameter pipe or 4-foot diameter opening on top of that secondary storm drain, but that doesn't carry a lot of water. And the flow that we have leaving the lake right now is about 43 to 50 cubic feet per second. Let's just say 50.
50 CFS.
50 CFS, whereas the incoming flow is 10 times more. So if a County of Ventura engineer was to design something like that with an emergency spillway, they would be basing the design of the spillway for the 10, the number that's 10 times larger.
Right.
And they're not doing that here.
Right. And this city, separate and apart from the Watershed Protection District or what the county is doing, does have that requirement for a spillway, which is not in the plans here.
It's not on the plans here, and it may not be directly written, that particular, it's kind of a nuanced design parameter that a lot of engineers kind of forget. And, but I can tell you, as a former County of Ventura employee from 20 to 33 years ago, that was the standard then and still is the
Standard of practice.
Yeah.
But if I recall correctly, a few minutes ago, you did say that because that emergency spillway is not included, that you are concerned from a risk standpoint, that is not present.
That's right. That's our concern. Again, we do have some freeboard. I indicated earlier that now the water level is 2 feet lower than the lowest pad elevation. All the other properties, are higher than that elevation, obviously.
Right.
But yeah, so we do have that concern.
Okay, and so now I just want to switch gears just slightly. I want to talk a little, or ask you a little bit about the flap gates. So maybe at the pointer you could point out. So the downstream end, if I'm understanding this correctly, if you could point at the downstream end of the two 48-inch lake drain pipes and the 48-inch storm drain along Ridgeview Street. Okay, that would require flap gates so that the system functions correctly.
That's correct.
Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so what that means in English is it prevents backflow from Conejo Creek, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So hypothesize with me, okay? What else is life for but hypotheticals?
That's right.
All right. So if those flap gates, if they were missing or they were propped open, by a big rock that came down during a 100-year or a 500-year storm event, in other words, would you ascribe that as a mechanical? Could you describe that accurately as a mechanical type failure as opposed to a structural failure?
It's yes, a mechanical failure because it's not supposed to remain
Okay.
open.
All right. So we'll call it so that risk of a mechanical failure
In this case,
in that hypothetical.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, what would occur in that case is that the water from Conejo Creek would actually backflow into the lake area, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Right. And would that be desirable from a flood protection perspective?
Not at all.
Why not?
Well, because if that happens, water level in the lake and the water level in the Conejo Creek will tend to want to equalize. We actually did a special analysis, one of the what-if scenarios or failure analysis independently, and what we discovered is that theoretically you would expect the water level along the lake, within the lake area to get up to the same level as in Canoa Creek, which is elevation 118. However, our study shows no, the water level will get up to very close to that number, but not exactly that number. It would get up to around 117.2 feet, and the reason for that slight difference is the fact that we have timing of the major river coming down, draining the entire city of Thousand Oaks and Santa Rosa Valley, and then we have this small local watershed that's peaking sooner, and because of the timing of the two hydrographs. But the upshot of it is, the water level is going to get up to over 117. If the lowest elevation on that pad is 114, we are going to inundate many properties, perhaps not to the same level as shown on the FEMA map, which is 154 parcels, but maybe 125 parcels or something.
But as you said a few minutes ago, there would be the risk of inundation of those adjacent parcels.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I just got a few more. Thanks for your courtesy. Thanks for my colleagues for their courtesy. So I really appreciate your answers to my questions. I have a related document that I want to ask about, and I don't know if these questions should go to Mr. Klotzel or Mr. Pierik, but there is another document in the record, in the administrative record. It is the November 5, 2020 letter from Mr. Hargrave on behalf of Hiji Investment Company.
Yes.
And I'd like to inquire about that. And again, I don't know if it's probably fair to, you've been on the hook long enough. It's probably fair to ask Mr. Klotzer or Mr. Pierik about this. And I'm reading from page 2 of 3 of that letter, which is the November 5, 2020 letter from Hiji Investment Company to the City of Camarillo, written by Dennis Hargrave. And I'm reading from paragraph 2. And if I understand it, Mr. Klotzel, what this letter says is that the discharge of stormwater from the, I'm paraphrasing here, from the golf course into Conejo Creek immediately south of the Ridgeview Bridge, the approximate point of discharge is shown on the attached exhibit, there's one attached to this letter, and indicated by the arrow Creek Inlet Point. And on that exhibit, the point of discharge is located on the PG property. Do you know whether that's the case, that Creek Inlet Point would be on the Hiji property?
As that was shown on the information presented so far, and there's been some iterations and some modifications of that initially there was an outlet of the 48-inch pipe on Ridgeview that outletted onto what would be Hiji property. The rest of the outlet structures, the culverts under Margarita Road, and then now it's essentially there needs to be further detail drawn up for the actual design and dimensions of all that to determine if it would cross property line onto Hiji. That property line is right there.
Well, let me cut to, I mean, I've got, if I can give you my copy of the letter from Hiji, and it's got the exhibit, if I can provide that to you. It's got the Creek Inlet Point shown on it. You have to promise to give that back to me, by the way. I do. But what I would like to know is, based on that depiction, that inlet point is on the Hiji property for storm flow.
Okay, right. So what this arrow is pointing to is where, if you call it the Camarillo Springs Creek, or the Camarillo Springs drainage that inlets into Conejo Creek, basically the confluence of that, where those two come together,
Right,
is
right.
on Hiji property.
Okay, so if that's on Hiji property, wouldn't, and maybe this is a fair question for the city attorney rather than you, Mr. Klotzel, wouldn't Hiji, as the adjacent landowner, have to approve in several different forms of agreements any discharge or impacts to its property?
Well, I'm not sure from the comments of Mr. Klotzel if there was going to be a point of discharge on the Hiji property, so I guess I need to rehear your answer to that question. Mr. Klotzel.
Well, if I understand, the question is more related to the fact that there is existing and proposed and changes to existing for proposed drainage coming from one property
Right.
to the next.
And it would be going on the Hiji property. To me, the point of the letter was, hey, wait a minute, this is adjacent property owned by Hiji Investment, and the point of the letter, I think, was to say, wait a minute, you need to have our agreement to impact or to modify that discharge on that adjacent property. Ergo, my question to Mr. Pierik, if that were the case, wouldn't Hiji have to agree to that in the form of several different agreements?
Yeah, I believe they would, yes.
Okay. All right. You don't have to give me back my letter yet, but I got one more question for you, Mr. Consul. Actually, you do have to give me back the letter, because I have some notes on it. Sorry about that, Dave. Okay. Oh, actually, Mrs. Craven has volunteered hers. Thanks. Thanks, Sharon. So I want to turn your attention to page 2, subparagraph 3. And that's page 2 of 3 of the letter from Hiji Investment, and I'm going to paraphrase. It says, it appears that a large 6x10 box culvert is proposed near the creek inlet point. So here we are back again to the creek inlet point. The peak flow from the 6x10 box culvert must not exceed the existing conditions without the developer and the floodplain manager, that's the city of Camarillo, by the way, floodplain manager, agreeing to accept responsibility for any damages that occur to the Hiji property, either within the Conejo Creek or to the adjoining land of the Hiji property. There is a potential risk that stormwater volumes, velocities, and duration at the creek inlet point may damage the soft bottom channel or the creek bank as they enter the Conejo Creek main channel. The DEIR must fully address this potential issue, and here's the take-home. Any subsequent City of Camarillo project approvals must include conditions of approval addressing this potential issue and the acceptance of all liability by the project developer and the floodplain manager, i.e. the City of Camarillo, for any property damages and jurisdictional impacts caused by stormwater flows from the project. Mr. Pierik, do you or Mr. Klotzel have any comments with respect to the accuracy of this recitation in the letter?
Well, I didn't write this letter, and I don't know the basis for that conclusion. Note that this letter is a comment letter to the draft DIR, and I think as I'm reading the letter, the intent is to address the EIR and to ask that be considered when the final EIR is being prepared, because the way that a draft EIR becomes a final EIR is because comments are submitted, then those comments are reviewed by the city's consultant. The city's consultant then prepares responses to those comments, and then the comments and the responses are included in the final EIR. And at this point, we don't, at least I don't have, and have not seen the responses to these comments from the city's consultant, so I don't know what those responses would look like.
Well, let me reframe it. Let me reframe the question. Would it be, or maybe it should go to Mr. Klotzel rather than you, would it be fair to say that as a city council member, I would need to have in the back of my mind that there may be such impact to adjoining property owners based on this recitation in this letter, this letter from an adjacent property owner, and something that I've got to keep in the back of my mind relative to this project? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being so patient.
You were very welcome. You went into the weeds, and then you burrowed into the ground, and no.
I did. Actually, I do have one more question. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Cosray, I'm pretty familiar with the Santa Clara River levees. Yet, I'll give Charlotte back my copy of the letter. Thank you. I'm pretty familiar with areas of the Santa Clara River levee.
Yes.
I think you talked before on those earthen levees how they've been disturbed by critters.
Yes,
That is a real structural concern, is it not?
it is, yes.
And is it fair to say that when that occurs, the amount of remedial work that has to be done to ensure the integrity, to rehabilitate that levee, to ensure its integrity, its structural integrity as a flood wall, can be rather substantial, can it not?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Additional questions from my colleagues? Let me ask. All right, so we've gotten through the presentation and our questions as staff. I'm told that the applicant is here, and I want to make sure I give the applicant an opportunity to speak at this time, and then afterwards, we'll launch into public comment. I do want to say at the top, we'll go through the applicant, and then I'm drinking too much coffee. We're going to take some periodic breaks, because I know this is going to be probably a rather lengthy meeting. So for both you all here, staff, and us, every hour and a half or so, we're going to try to take like a 10-minute break. So that allows you guys to stretch your legs, use the restroom, not miss anything, allows us to do the exact same thing. We are approaching the hour and a half mark, but I want to make sure I want to give opportunity to the applicants to speak, and we're going to handle that before we take a break. So I'll invite the applicants up.
Well, good evening, Mayor Melche, Vice Mayor Santangelo, members of the council. My name is Jonathan Frankel, and on behalf of New Urban West, it's great to be here in person with you. It's been several years since we've had the opportunity to provide an update to you and address you, so we really do appreciate this chance this evening. Since the City Council approved this referral in 2017, our team has completed a substantial amount of work. Obviously, there are a variety of things left to do, but in total, we calculated the number of hours that our team has spent, 7,268, preparing plans, designing a new golf course, comprehensive flood safety system, and responding to city and agency feedback. And out of all those hours, the most important time that we've spent is engaging with the Camarillo Springs community. And there are many people here tonight that have stayed a very, very, very long time. And so I just want to give them an opportunity to be recognized, to stand and be recognized at this time, to wave signs, whatever they like to do. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, we appreciate you, all the support that we've garnered in the community. We're very proud that after 5 years of this work, we have earned a lot of this support. And of course, out of respect for your time tonight, we didn't ask that all these members of the public speak, but I did want to make sure they were recognized. And all of the members of the community, they're here. They're spending their time with us here because they know that the project under consideration is a good plan. One that delivers a brand new modern golf course, restaurant space, and other amenities owned and operated by locals in Camarillo with local investment. We know the plan carefully adds new senior housing to meet a very dire need in Camarillo. The fastest growing demographic in Camarillo is those over 55 years old. And a plan that invests over $15 million in addressing flooding. And you heard a lot of technical details. I want to take a moment and thank staff, Mr. Casre and staff, for providing the opportunity to collaborate with them to improve the plan. We take their feedback very seriously. We've worked for many, many months with staff and Mr. Casre to improve the project, the drainage system, and we look forward to continuing to do that. We've really benefited from that review. And as you heard, the latest review completed in March concluded that the system will function as intended. Now, of course, there's no possible way we could design a system devoid of risk. That's impossible. And there's tremendous risk in doing nothing, in inaction as well. And I think we need to compare the relative risk of doing nothing and of the current condition to what is being proposed, and of course the system that is being designed and undergoing revision right now. Perhaps at this moment we can't make that comparison, but I do feel confident that in the future we will be able to make that comparison. And the bottom line will be that everyone will be made safer as a result of the plan, as a result of investing the millions of dollars in flood safety. Will it be perfect? Of course not. Are there hypothetical failures? Of course. There's no possible way we could design a perfect system, but we are going to try our hardest. We are going to work with every tool that we have to improve the safety conditions at Camarillo Springs. It's been our commitment to these members of the community from the beginning, and we're going to do everything possible. Everything possible. For reference, I think it's important to note the largest rainfall event in recorded history in the local watershed in Camarillo Springs was approximately a 45-year storm. The largest rainfall in history in the local watershed, approximately 45 years. So of course there are hypotheticals about 500-year and dual 500-year and multi-day storm events, and all that is important analysis that we're going to engage in. But I also think it's important to understand the existing 154 residents that are living there now face a tremendous risk, one that we believe we can mitigate. And briefly, flooding isn't the only environmental issue that we are working to address. And as was mentioned by staff, for the last year we've been coordinating with property ownership to investigate and remediate a naturally occurring oil seep occurring on the golf course ponds that was posing a threat to wildlife. The investigation of the pond included a comprehensive exploration of the source of the oil, including the opportunity to rule out the potential for a leaking well. This work has occurred under the oversight of all appropriate state agencies, and we have, as staff mentioned, submitted a work plan which we believe will fully address the threat to wildlife and the hazard. The project also has fully evaluated, you may have seen in the EIR, there was a letter from CalGEM, the department responsible for overseeing oil and gas exploration and remedial efforts related to re-abandoning old oil wells. They noted that 12 historic wells could potentially be impacted by the project. We had our geotechnical and geophysicist evaluate the development area completely, and we can say that 11 of the wells are not located within the development area. One well was identified adjacent to a proposed slope, and that will be recapped and abandoned in accordance with all applicable regulations. And just finally, a couple words about New Urban West. It's been a long time since I've had the opportunity to be here. As a privately held company in business for nearly 70 years, we care deeply about the quality of the communities that we build. We've built over 4,000 homes in Ventura County. And the reason that we engage in this business is not simply to build a box with 4 walls. It is the people that end up having the opportunity to live and thrive and contribute to the community. We really believe housing opportunities matter fundamentally. And we are 100% committed to delivering a world-class project to Camarillo Springs. We simply wouldn't be in business for 70 years if we delivered a poor product. There's way too much competition in the marketplace. And I know the quality of the homes we build because I grew up in one. They built my parents' house, New Urban West did. And I'm so glad they did, and when I talk to the families that are the beneficiaries of the opportunity to live in a home and contribute to a community as wonderful as Camarillo, they're glad that that house was built as well. And so while, of course, there are critical environmental issues, critical flooding issues that need to be addressed, we are confident we can do so. We are confident that we can deliver an excellent project, and we look forward to the opportunity to continue to work with staff and our team in order to do so. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel.
Don't clap and don't bow. Boo.
Yeah, I'll go over that. Did we have any questions of the applicant before we break? No? Okay. Thank you very much. So this time, we're going to take a short 10-minute break, and then when we come back, we're going to jump immediately into public comment. And I have all your guys' comment cards here in no particular order, so we'll take those up as soon as we come back. All right, at this time, we're going to recess for 10 minutes. can take your seat. We're going to resume here in a minute. We're going to resume the meeting. All right, we're going to reconvene this Camarillo City Council at this time. We're going to take up public comment. I want to say a few words before I call our speakers. I have 22 comment cards. This is the most people we've had in these chambers since COVID occurred. So it's we're all a little rusty on how this thing is supposed to work. So I want to lay down some ground rules so it's fair to everyone. First off, there are two different kinds of cards towards the back on that podium. Some are blue slips; those are verbal comment cards if you want to speak. And then you have yellow ones that are nonverbal. So if you just want to let us know, and we've been since passing those around since they've been turned in. So if you do want to speak, fill out a blue card and give that to the city clerk. And I'm going to slide you into the back of the line. I got 22 people ahead of you if you haven't already turned one in. A few ground rules. I want to be respectful of everyone. It's important that we be civil. I understand that there are people here who are for this project, people who are opposed to this project. Obviously, you're on different sides, but we can still do this civilly. To that end, regardless of who's speaking and what position they're at, I don't want to hear boos. I also don't want to hear cheers. What we have to do is we don't want to intimidate the individual who is speaking. For a lot of people, this takes a lot of courage to stand up, and it's already an intimidating thing. So I don't want to make it any more so. So they have something to say. It's important that they be able to say it. It's their right to say it. And I don't want to impede that, nor do I want anyone in this audience to impede their right to speak before the council on however they're feeling about this project. So with that, no clapping, no booing, no cheering, please. Alternatives? Nod your head yes if you like it. No, if you don't. My personal favorite is jazz hands, and you can interpret that however you want. Some of you brought signs. Please don't hold your signs up to where you're obstructing other people's view. If you want to hold it here, then that's fine. You're not obstructing the view. But we just want everyone to have a good time, as good a time as we can have, I guess. So I'm going to invite you up. I will call your name, and I'll call the next person in line so that person knows that they're going to come up. You're going to be given 3 minutes. At the beginning of your speech, the count will start counting down. At 1 minute, you're going to hear a beep, and it's going to turn yellow. You continue on speaking. That's just your 1 minute warning. When it hits red and you're out of time, I'm going to ask you to conclude your comments, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker. So it's fair that everyone's going to be given 3 minutes. Please keep to your 3 minutes. I'm not going to let people go, rambling on. It's not fair to everyone else. So, and just speak into the microphone. These are sensitive, so if you're back here, you can't quite hear, and if you're here, you can. So it's important that everyone be able to hear what you have to say, us included. So with that, these were given to me in no particular order, so I'm going to just take them as they came to me. I'm not shuffling these around or manipulating them. Brian Morris, you are up first. And Bob Levine, you are on deck.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Morris. I've lived with my charming wife in Cambrio Springs for 21 years. I founded the Pose Cambrio Springs building in September 2017 while driving home after attending the City Council meeting in which the council approved to study a New Urban West referral to develop the Cambrio Golf Course. The voluntary opposed team has grown to over 675 registered members, from which the council hears from regularly. Tonight, as a few of our members will be speaking with knowledge and reason regarding our analysis of this referral. Tonight, you will hear from geologists, engineers, educators, retirees, doctors, nurses, and business people such as myself. We have done our homework, and because Cambrio Springs is our home, we've done it very well. We have nothing to sell. We have no ulterior motives, no speculative benefits or investment plans. Finally, we have no money, no financial support. This is not a business for us. We are protecting our homes, our remarkable neighborhood, and the city of Camarillo. The theme tonight is liability. In the words of Councilmember Kildee, quote, "This plan has too many moving parts," end quote. Faulty parts present potential failures in which enormous property damage, injuries, and even loss of life may occur in the future. As taxpayers in Camarillo, we object to this looming liability waiting for its time to strike. 10 years or more down the road, that the developers and the consultants will be gone. Insurance companies will deny. The HOA won't have the money, and so the taxpayers will pay for the expenses resulting from failures. Just as the city paid for the Springs mud and flood in 2014 because they approved the development plan. In the light of the many flaws in this incredibly dubious New Urban West plan, we homeowners and taxpayers ask that the Camarillo City Council make a motion tonight to deny GPA 2017-2, second the motion, and vote at your earliest convenience. Let's be done with it, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. I'm going to ask you guys not to clap. It's going to be for both sides. So Bob Levine and Debbie Garrison, you're going to be on deck. If at any point, if I'm mispronouncing your guys' names, please correct me when you come up, because it's a pet peeve of mine. I hate mispronouncing people's names. So do we have Bob Levine? Bob Levine, going once, going, okay. And then Debbie Garrison, you're going to be on deck. You're up next.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. My name is Robert Levine.
If you can speak into the mic.
My name is Robert Levine. I live at 21 Margarita Avenue, and with my wife Louisa. And we love living here, the beauty, wildlife, peace of mind, and environmental security. Then there have been recently things that are not so inviting, such as the proposed building of 240 homes in Camarillo Springs on part of the golf course. And the promises have been made that there will be a mitigation of flood insurance, and that's not guaranteed. You'd have to have a FEMA ruling, you'd have to have all the insurance. My insurance agent would be happy to hear about it, but I don't think it's something you can base a promise on. Then there are all the different plans, configurations, and changes. One-story and two-story stories, differing numbers of homes, differing emergency evacuation plans, preserving the wildlife somehow, oil seepage, etc. One plan morphing into the next. And they never stop changing. the contention then that there are no safety issues because non-residents paid consulting experts say so in a rather fancy publications distributed through the mail. And the roads are cramped as it is. And then there's golf, which is a red herring, because we have no idea what's going to happen with the golf course, except that they have threatened from NUI to close it if it's not approved. And who knows whether that's true or not. The construction of 240-plus new homes is the only real issue. Otherwise, the principals would not threaten to shut down the course. We're talking money, money, and more money. The promise of golf and parks and a restaurant does begin to replace the wildlife, clean environment of the springs, which is now formally, oh, am I off? That's
Yep.
okay. Okay, thank you. I can go.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Levine.
While a vote may not be possible tonight, if someone would.
Mr. Levine?
Yes.
You're out of time, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Debbie Garrison, you are up, and Jeanette Bredenfeld, you are on deck.
Because I'm short.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Garrison, and I'm a homeowner in Camarillo Springs, and I absolutely love it here. I'm addressing the repeated statement by NUI that all manufactured homes will be free from the burden of flood insurance due to their gift of their unapproved flood control plan. After the golf course was sold, the tried and true marketing model perfected in other locations by Ron Richards and NUI swarmed into our neighborhoods using misinformation, threats, and fear to shape public support. The scare tactics continue today. Many of the NUI Advisory Committee's beautiful printed updates describe their flood control plan as an approved plan, but it has not been approved. If true, many homes would not be required to carry flood insurance. The targets for this misinformation by NUI Advisory Committee were the Camarillo Springs Country Club Village homeowners. Recent records received by the city of Camarillo were clearly stated by an independent consultant that the original flood control plan and revisions have never been approved by any official agency, including FEMA, who determines the requirement for flood insurance. In fact, FEMA received the draft plan and returned it to NUI requesting corrections and details. If NUI should ever receive approval of a flood control plan and accept the terms, it would be many years after construction before FEMA would drop the requirement for Camarillo Springs CCV. That would be studied at a later time. Until something miraculous happens with the flood control design, mitigation, and agency approvals, we are sad to report that the flood insurance will continue to be required for many years to come. Considering the many flaws in this incredibly dubious NUI plan, we, the homeowners and taxpayers, ask that the Camarillo City Council make a motion tonight to deny GPA 2017-2, second the motion, and vote at your earliest convenience. Let's be done with it, please. There are too many things to go wrong, and as taxpayers, we do not want to pay for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeanette Bredenfeld, you are up. Laura Sullivan, you are on deck.
Okay. Hello. I'm Jeanette Cristo. We live at 79 Margarita Avenue. We live on the pond. I can't imagine life without the wildlife and the waterfowl. Being near the Pacific Flyway, waterfowl winter over on the golf course. Some go north, many stay to raise babies. Some return year after year. If New Urban West's project is approved, they will find their homes destroyed. We were devastated to find the oil pond had swallowed up waterfowl, and may be still. If water and oil are not removed, at least a dozen different species or more live in the course. Coots, cormorants, egrets, large and small, herons, mallards, geese, pelicans, widgeons, ruddy ducks, pintails, grebies, frogs, turtles, and fish. It is horrible when the owner of the course allows the pond water level to get so low or dry up that the turtles, frogs, and fish die before our eyes. It has dried up several times in the past 5 years. The owner is responsible for water and upkeep of the pond. Well water is of no cost to the owner. The deer graze, bobcats, lions, and fox visit the course. I believe wildlife and waterfowl are a gift to our mental health. Do not let them be chased away. They raise babies, protect each other, swim, and feed there. We see a mallard announcing the arrival of his chicks, hollering and strutting. If approved, much will be lost to the city and the beauty of Camarillo Springs. Wildlife, waterfowl, golf course, open space, peace and serenity gone forever. Also major destruction for years. If not approved, we will still have ponds, grasses, wildlife, waterfowl, and open spaces. They will thank you for saving their homes. So will the residents of Camarillo Springs. Also, who will maintain the pond and the oil pond? Please make a motion to deny GPA 2017-2. Stop this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Sullivan, you are up, and Gabriel Magyar, you are on deck.
Thank you. My name is Laura Sullivan, and I live on the 7th
If
fairway.
you can speak into the microphone a little bit. Thank you.
My name is Laura Sullivan, and I live on the 7th fairway of the golf course. My husband and I are against this proposed development, and we're against the zone change. The current view out the back of our home is beautiful, sorry. Mostly because there are no houses or buildings behind us, and we can see the mountains and all kinds of wildlife wandering and hanging around. We purposely paid a premium for our land because it's on the golf course with the open space behind us. It's peaceful and tranquil here. The last thing we want to see is a new housing development destroying all of that. Even worse would be the years of digging, hauling materials, dust, dirt, noise from the big equipment, and the additional traffic. The golf course will not be operational during this time and will likely never be built and reopened. Where is it specified in the NUI plan that after they finish the development of hundreds of homes, they will actually be legally bound to create a new golf course? And in what time frame must it be completed? Are they legally bound to build all of the amenities they keep touting? Where is it written that the golf course land cannot have more houses built on it? I know the redevelopment committee keeps stating that that won't happen, but is that included specifically in the plan? And are they legally bound so that it cannot happen? There have been no concrete answers or disclosures to residents about who will be responsible for maintaining these areas, who will own these areas, who will manage them, and most importantly, who will continue paying for all of these amenities. In their emails, they just keep showing the beautiful renderings of all of the amenities they say they'll build, but they conveniently never mention or show the destruction of the land or any renderings of the hundreds of homes that would be sitting there. What if the restaurant or golf course fails? Make no mistake that NUI and the owner are in this specifically to make money. They're not in it because they like houses and like housing people. They're in it for the money. They chose an existing recreation area to destroy and build houses on. They may not have known all of the problems and challenges this land has, but they were certainly aware of the floodplain issue. And they can't complain about the millions of dollars that this has cost them. This was their choice, and it's all about money. I mean, it's all about money and their profit. Regarding the map showing the flood areas, you know, the lake areas that you had prior, there's been no mention of that culvert that runs underneath 31 Isabel. And that gets stopped up every single time there's any rain. And it has nothing to do with all of the other areas coming from the side that you guys are talking about. Has nothing to do with that. It comes from the mountains behind us on the south and on the west. The design doesn't include any mitigation for that area. I just want to know why you would allow a long-standing recreation area to have a zone change just to build homes on it. We have housing construction all over Ventura County. Don't build on an existing golf course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriel Magyar, if I pronounced that right, and then Carol Grove, you're on deck.
Honorable council members, my name is Gabriel Magyar. The owners of the Camarillo Spring Golf Course take great pride in their community outreach. They have stated in writing that they will reach out to all community members, the people who support their project, as well as the people who are skeptical of their project. Unfortunately, they have not been very cooperative with the skeptics. Hopefully, the city will remind them of their obligation to all stakeholders. For instance, to garner support for their project, NUI has told our community that if their project is approved, all CSCCV properties will be removed from the flood zone. But they did not tell us when this will happen. Is it going to be in 1 year, 5 years, 25 years? When? Also, they did not tell us what will happen if they are wrong. Will they pay for our flood insurance? According to a letter dated March 2, 2022, Castry Consulting, the third-party reviewer appointed by the city, the flood situation could become worse if this project is approved. In one scenario, the flood level could reach the 121.6-foot elevation level. In another scenario, the flood could reach the 119.3-foot elevation level. In either case, my house would be several feet underwater. My neighbors' houses will be several feet underwater. As a matter of fact, most of the houses in the CSCV will be underwater. Instead of removing houses from the flood zone, this project could add dozens of additional homes to the danger zone. Even if the suggestions by KC are implemented and the calculations are correct, my property would still be underwater. My neighbors' properties would also be underwater. My property is lower than the 112-foot elevation mentioned earlier. This project has created a lot of division in our community. The one thing the advisory committee, the opposed group, and unaffiliated residents agree on is the desire for the council to vote on this project as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Carol Grove, you are up, and Ken Simon, you are on deck.
Hi, my name is Carol Grove, and I live at Miramonte.
If you can speak into the microphone just a little bit more. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yep.
Just dovetailing what he said, it's just even seeing it here tonight, the division that has caused in this community is really sad. It's kind of like a microcosm of what's happened in the world. And like I said, I think that's very sad. I really appreciated the flood proposal and analysis tonight. And to me, it's like, what? Why would NUI even want to take on this project? There's plenty of land with all the risks and possibilities of success and or failure. It doesn't make sense to me as a business person that you would even want to do this. So that was just my feeling as I was listening to them. Building houses on fill dirt, we know what happened at Miramonte when they first built those houses along the golf course. Because of the compaction or lack of compaction, the patios were falling apart and the builders had gone bankrupt. So if you're building on fill dirt and the contractors are gone, what's going to happen to those houses? The excavation, the years of noise and everything, and what could be released from this property, which was farmland at one point. I'm a retired doctor, and that's what I look at is the health and well-being of the residents, many of them being seniors in these communities. Bottom line, my friend said, don't talk about energy, but I do energy healings, and energetically, this is one of the most amazing places on the planet. The first time I came here, I stood there at the edge of the golf course, and I could actually feel the energy from this, and to disturb that would be really sad. So that's where I'm coming from, and I really ask that you vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ken Simon, you are up, and Deb Morris, you are on deck.
Good evening, members. My name is Ken Simon. I live at Camarillo Springs. My home sits about 150 feet from the leaking oil well, or what others refer to as the killer pond. Others call it a natural seep. Clearly, nobody really knows. I'll call it a feature, try to stay neutral. For the past 12 months, I've had the unfortunate position to be in that I've witnessed the pumping situation of this oil well feature, and it's caused a huge nuisance to my family, my neighbors. On the 14th of December, you may recall, we had a storm. For whatever reason, the pump operator decided that 1 in the morning was the time to go pump it. So I stayed up all night as the operator pumped needlessly, since he filled up his reservoir by 6 a.m. and could have clearly come out at a reasonable time to do the pumping. Then 9 days later, our neighborhood flooded as the result of an illegal blockage of our storm drain by the pump operators. For the past 6 months, I've asked city planners to mitigate the noise. I'm a professional geologist by trade, and whenever we drill anywhere near a neighborhood, we put up sound wall 15, 20 feet tall sometimes. As of yet, I have not seen any type of sound reducing equipment at the feature, and I hope at a minimum my presence here today will help the city planners and others be more vigilant in this matter. Pump operations continue without any noise protection. We were woken up on Father's Day on a Sunday morning at 7 a.m., and they continue to pump on Sundays outside city noise ordinance hours. Thank you for your time, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Deb Morris, you are up, and Chris Clark, you are on deck. And I should say, Laura Sullivan, I have 2 comment cards you submitted. They're identical. Did you mean for someone else? No. Okay, it's just a duplication. Okay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Deb Morris. My husband and I have been Camarillo Springs residents for 21 years. We had a tranquil community until 2013, when the Springs fire burned around the edge of the Camarillo Springs home and then on to the ocean. We watched the fire from starting at the 101 freeway until it burned around the mountain before our very eyes, and it took no more than 20 minutes from green to soot. If an evacuation order was given, it was not communicated to the homes. The simple fact, we wouldn't have had time to get out of the fire's path. If the wind hadn't shifted that morning, the cinders would have ignited roofs, and there would have been a completely dramatic ending, resulting in injury and lost lives. We live in a bowl. And then in 2014, after the previous year's fire, a deluge of rainfall, acres of mud and rock flowed into the Camarillo Springs HOA homes and on to the golf course. 13 homes were filled with mud and rock. It took months to clean up the mess, renew the homes and the golf course. It was determined the city council had not hired a geologist for approving the housing project, although at the time it was not required. The city accepted financial responsibility to the tune of millions of dollars because they approved the project, and something went wrong 30 years later. In 2018, the Hill Fire came very close to us. We were evacuated for 5 days. In those few minutes that turned into hours following the evacuation notice, there were many frightened residents who waited 2.5 hours to get out of the Camarillo Springs area. Now the residents would now revisit the 213 Springs fire. If the cinders had started the homes on fire, the hill fire for us could have been our very own Paradise, California, where 85 souls lost their life. Maybe you say I'm exaggerating the issue, but there is no evacuation plan. There's just one way to get these residents out. There's proven failure and a proposal in the city council right now to another 25% more cars, trucks to this evacuation melee. Please help us develop an evacuation plan that fits this problem. In light of the many flaws in this incredible, dubious new urban west plan, we homeowners and taxpayers ask the Camarillo City to make a
Mrs.
motion
Morris,
tonight.
I got to cut you off.
To not
gotta
vote
cut-
for this plan.
Okay, thank you.
Don't vote for this plan.
Chris Clark, you are up. Linda Sales, you are on deck.
Honorable council members, I wish to thank all my friends and neighbors that came tonight. My wife and I live at 71 Margarita Avenue. We are fairly new. We've only been here 2 years. We were never informed of any construction right in front of our property. We moved here to enjoy our retirement years. With all of this changes and years of construction, will it be enjoyable? Perhaps not. The existing Camarillo Springs golf course will be scraped off early for grading and left barren for 6 to 8 years, or 2,920 days. All the trails, parks, and 12-hole golf course could actually not become a reality for up to 10 years, if it ever becomes more than a fantasy. Please research the facts before the bulldozers come down Camarillo Springs Road. In light of the many flaws in this incredibly dubious NUI plan, we, the homeowners and taxpayers, ask that the Camarillo City Council make a motion tonight to deny GPA 2017-2, second the motion, and vote at your earliest convenience. Let's be done with it, please, and let common sense prevail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Linda Sales, and tell me if I mispronounced that. And you are up, and Mark Malloy, you are on deck. Is Linda here? Linda Salas, or Sales? Going once, going twice. I'm going to put you at the back of the line. I'll call you at the very end. Well, Mark, you're up anyway. So Mark, you are up. And Mike Mishler, you're on deck.
You saw this 4 years ago, but I'm sure you've all forgotten it. Some of you weren't here 4 years ago. On the day this project is approved, as you can see on the map, a minimum of 63 acres of existing park recreation space, public recreation space, disappears. It could be as many as 182 acres, but the loss of 63 is a given. Per the city's general plan, our city of 70,000 people...
Sorry, Mark. Thank you. Your timer wasn't counting down.
Oh, I have this telepathic...
Okay, yeah.
Per the city's general plan, our city of 70,000 people should have 350 acres of public parkland. The city of Ventura actually requires double that. Currently, PVRPD has 246 acres, so by Cambrio standards, we have a 94-acre shortfall. That shortfall will grow with additional housing developments already approved without any parkland, including the Stock Lumber Project with 85 units and Camilo Ruiz with 385 units. The county approved a 360-unit housing project just outside city limits that will send more people into our parks with no parkland. Projects already approved put us short about 100 acres of park space, which means we need 39% more parkland. Newey's project converts the 63 acres of land now used for golf holes 11 through 18 of the golf course and converts that area to housing, roads, and other HOA amenities. The Park District is typically offered odd-shaped or undesirable property for parkland. Newey's proposal went way beyond undesirable. The land they offered us is next to a driving range where golfers launch these rock-hard projectiles onto people standing nearby. A pond covered in plastic to keep wildlife from being killed by toxic oil seeps. And the property is also designated for floodwater retention, not really appropriate for parkland. No public agency would ever accept such a problematic property, and council would never allow an HOA to be burdened with these costs and risk factors. So the district gets no parkland from a 182-acre property. Newey can pay Quimby fees that aren't close to what it costs to buy property at Camarillo prices or build at prevailing wage rates. Council must follow their general plan. Continuing with this project would prove they are willing to ignore their own standards. At the triennial review, Mr. Kildee summed it up succinctly, declaring this one has too many moving parts, joining Mrs. Craven in voting against it. A third no vote is needed. If this project continues, it's because after 4 years of study, 3 council members are still supporting the project. 4 years of planning and studies has delivered more than enough information to discern the obvious. The only thing this property is suitable for is public recreation like it's been doing for 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike Mishler, you are up, and John Gardner, you're on deck.
Well, hello, council, again for the second time tonight. And I'm here, obviously, I'm opposed to this project. And this is not about development versus non-development. I've supported a lot of development projects if they're done right and they're a benefit for the community, but this one is obviously not. This is going to have a major negative impact on our community. At the start of this proposal, there were many promises and wishful dreams. Even with the environmental impact report still in the draft stages after 4 years, we have now learned of many major problems this proposal will create. And these are problems that can never be corrected and will cause a never-ending pain for our community. Fact number 1, the 18-hole golf course is not being saved, but in theory replaced with a pretend 12-hole course. Fact number 2, the city is losing 63 acres of the existing golf course. Fact number 3, per California Department of Conservation Geological Engineering Management, the oil pond contains no oil wells, but at least 2 natural oil seeps. There is no way to prevent or stop these natural oil seeps. Even if you fill in the pond with dirt, that oil is still going to be coming up and seeping to the surface. And they're just trying to whitewash it away by pretending they can stop it. There's no way to stop that oil. It's going to be coming up for thousands of years, and there's probably going to be additional ones nearby. Fact number 4, no government agency will ever accept this land they're proposing with known oil seeps from the developer. Fact number 5, the proposed building pad will act as a levee and divert the Canal Creek flood further west and to the north onto the adjoining properties. Fact number 6, as is mentioned here, there's no real feasible way to make an emergency spillway from that dam onto the Canal Creek. Fact number 8, the flap gates, if propped open, can result in flooding. And I'm just going to skip down to here. The proposed lake may be classified as a dam by the state of California. This would require several future severe technical oversight and cost. So fact number 10, no future HOA can ever generate enough funding and technical support to support a major lake, flap gates, drainage basins, a public park, natural oil seeps, and a possible state-regulated dam. It's time for the council to realize these problems cannot be solved or addressed no matter how many years we go down with additional studies. We need to rescind this project and stop it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Gardner, you are up, and Bob Spielman, you're on deck.
Good evening. My name is John Gardner. I live on the golf course, and I'm in favor of this project. I've changed my prepared notes in light of the discussion tonight. I was going to express frustration about how long this project's taken, but thanks to our expert here, I see how complex this is. And so my concern and thoughts at this point, despite being cross-examined by a skilled attorney, my concern is what Jonathan talked about. What is our liability today? If nothing's done today, what is our liability? The city, in my mind, has now raised the idea that we are in danger of a 100-year or 500-year flood, and who's going to do anything about that? My view would be if you've got a willing developer who's willing to, and they already have shown their willingness to work with the experts to design and redesign and add millions of more dollars of cost to the project to be able to make this project safer. So my suggestion to the council is, why not work with a private developer, private money, no public funds involved here, to address now known flooding problems that are even more severe than perhaps previously imagined. So that's my thought in terms of the flooding mitigation. The other danger that we have is proven by the owner, and the objective here is to take the owner out of the picture. The owner has previously, in golf course scenarios like this, closed the golf course, left fallow for years. City attorneys have spent thousands of dollars arguing the point, and the city wound up begging developers to add housing to the golf course with no golf course. So we don't want that either. So it's not going to be public land. It's going to be fallow land. It's not going to be recreational land. And there are just there's always a point and a counterpoint to all of this. There's literally thousands of capped oil wells all across the state of California. And so that can be easily mitigated. So I'm a huge fan of New Urban West. They've persevered. They've done so professionally. They've done so by adding more money to the project, and the reason they can do that is based on the rising price of houses. So my recommendation is work with private developers using private money to solve public problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob Spielman, you are up, and Ted Elliott, you are on deck.
Hello, Mayor, council members, staff. I'm here tonight just to talk a little bit about this project. I live at 57 Margarita, which is right in the middle of the lake that we're talking about. I have no doubt that New Urban West can build this project and make a beautiful project. They're a very competent builder. The question is what we're talking about designing going to work? The city of Camarillo, along with my former employer, has a long history from early 2000 with the Pitts Ranch basins that had flap gates on them. Those gates do not work. We've just went through it. Mr. Colossal can claim, he'd tell you they don't work. We've spent millions and millions of dollars trying to get these things working, and after 22 years, the builder still owns those basins. The HOA did, but it turned into a lawsuit. They can't, homeowner associations cannot afford something of this nature. There is no way that you can even factor in what the maintenance will be. Your own expert told us what the maintenance would be, how often you would have to do the maintenance. We're talking millions of dollars. Nobody can do that. So I know they can build it, but who's going to take care of it, and how much is it going to raise our taxes and everything else that goes along with it? Because more than likely it's going to be the residents of Camarillo that end up paying for everything. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ted Elliott, you are up, and Bob Kelly, you're on deck.
Good evening, City Council members. 25, 30 years ago, I used to drive out here from the valley to play golf, Camarillo Springs. Why did I do that? Because it was a premier golf course. Aside from belonging to a country club, it was the best course you could find if you stayed in the valley, so you came out to Camarillo Springs. I moved to Camarillo 18 years ago, Camarillo Springs. I live on Camarillo, wherever I live. I've forgotten. I live in Camarillo Springs. Thank you. Starting about 12, 15 years ago, that golf course started going downhill. For lack of maintenance, the owners didn't care. They were just concerned about bringing in money, didn't spend the money. I'd like to see golf continue there, and I think Camarillo deserves to have a top-notch recreational facility. From the 18 years I've lived here, 1/3 of that has been discussing this project. And I think we should bring it to a head here pretty quickly. There are details to be worked out. I'd like to see those details worked out, and at the same time, keep a nice golf course so that the citizens of Camarillo have a place to play some decent golf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob Kelly, you are up. Andrew Cromer, you're on deck.
Thank you. First, I have to make a disclaimer. I am the present chair of the Recreation and Park District, and my comments are limited strictly to my personal opinions and in no way represent the views of anyone on the Recreation and Park Board. I made a few observations tonight. One is there must be a lot of cash involved in this project. I mean, the amount of money the developer has spent leads me to a further observation in that it isn't going to stop with just this project. There's bigger plans involved. Secondly, the chance of a major catastrophe are inevitable, the way that it sounds to me. I don't think that anybody could ever preclude the chance of something really, really serious happening. With that, those are my observations. This issue, of course, involves the golf course. And a lot of people who have spoken tonight are from Camarillo Springs. But this really affects an entire community here in Camarillo. It's a recreational opportunity. And to eliminate a portion of recreational facilities is a very regressive thing to do. We don't need less, we need more. Director Malloy stated earlier about how we are under the bar as far as opportunities for recreation here in Camarillo. This is a much bigger issue than just the people that live out in Camarillo Springs, and it affects the entire citizenry. I play golf there myself. Even though I'm a member at Las Posas, I still go out there and hit off the tee, and I remember playing golf there even when I could play at Las Posas for free. Just because I liked it, it was beautiful. Turning it into a 12-hole golf course for the people who may be for this project, it's not going to raise your property values, it's going to lower them. A 12-hole golf course is an oddity, and it kind of like signifies stepping backward, not forward. This golf course needs to be what it used to be. Bring it back. The tee times were like, you couldn't even get a tee time back in the day. And I am running out of time fast, am I not? I had a whole lot more. I wish I had another 5 minutes. I don't have it. Please, let's end this and get rid of this.
Thank you, Bob. Andrew Cromer, you are up. Cheryl Novak, you're on deck.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm a longtime Camarillo Springs resident, an active member of our community, and I happen to be a recently retired building official. I've been in constant review of these Camarillo Springs plans, and I offer my full support for the project. Now, I understand that construction is always going to be a series of back and forth. That was my career for over 30 years. And I'm confident that at the end of all the review process, with all of the consultants that we have available to us, that we will have a great project. But I'm concerned, as is the opponents, of the many delays related to the Springs project. I would ask that a timeline be provided by the city to our community so we can have some sort of expectation as to when this will come before the city for a vote. Respectfully, the community has been waiting for over 5 years for this project to be heard, and the delays are hurting our community. It's time to get this project to a public hearing with no more delays. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Cheryl Novak, you are up, and Gary Lewis, you're on deck.
Good evening. I don't have any prepared remarks, so I'm just going to talk off the cuff or whatever it's called. First of all, I live above the golf course. I live at the top of Irina, 45 Irina. And if we allow this golf course to not to go forward, I'm going to look at weeds, and I don't want to do that. And it will drop the value of my home significantly. The other thing is, if there's a 100-year flood or a 500-year flood, doing nothing is going to be a big mess. At least if someone is trying to upgrade the piping and to eliminate the flooding, I don't think that's such a bad thing. The other thing is, you can think about hypotheses all you want, but an example would be, this is the only example I came up with. If I was wearing a dress that had spaghetti straps, and would I think about, well, what happens if one breaks? Well, then maybe I should wear a blouse under my dress so that it's all taken care of. Well, that's sort of the feeling I got when what happens with the 500-year flood or 100-year flood. Well, first of all, I'm not going to be alive. And the second thing is, all the old 50-year-old piping is not going to save us anyway. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Gary Lewis, you are up. Ken, oh wait, I have a duplicate for Ken Simon. So Stuart Krieger, you're going to be on deck.
Where's it been? Can you hear me okay?
Just make sure you speak into the mic.
Do my best. No booing, though. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Really thank you for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Gary Lewis. I live in Camarillo, and I have a long history with the city. I've enjoyed a 50-plus year career in the golf industry, during which time I participated in virtually all the critical aspects of the business, including the development and operation of a number of fine golf facilities throughout the country. I got involved in this project about 5 years ago when my wife saw an article in the Acorn saying that Cambrio Springs was in danger of closing. The article mentioned New Urban West, so I called him up. I'd known Adam Browning for years and offered my assistance. Adam referred me to Ron Kester, and he and I met, talked, and today he and I and the advisory committee stand together, committed to save golf at Cambrio Springs. Cambrio Springs is where I started my golf career 50 years ago. I managed it in the early 70s. Now being retired, not really, but the opportunity to begin and end my career at the same venue is pretty special. And being able to save and retain a public recreational amenity in the process is even more special. To me, it is. If you've been to Camarillo Springs recently, then you've seen firsthand what years of neglect and deferred maintenance can do to a golf course. Even to the untrained eye, it's easy to see that that saving Camarillo Springs is no easy or inexpensive fix. I've heard it said that all it needs is a little more money and better management and it'll be fine. That's just not the truth. Truth is it'll take a capital investment of well over $10 million plus to bring this once proud facility to any level of sustainability. We have had local and nationally known agronomists confirm and verified the capital needs at Camarillo Springs. And so regardless of what's being said, the infrastructure out there, it's been documented, has outlived its useful life at least twice. It needs more than just a little money. Further, despite all contrary rhetoric, this privately owned golf course will close sooner versus later. And on top of that, without a redevelopment plan, it very well may never reopen. The current development plan at Camarillo Springs will save golf at a high level for generations to come. The plan that my team helped put together secures millions for a brand new regulation golf course, and I gotta hurry. The reason for the homes is contributing a significant amount of money toward the redevelopment, which makes the investment by my private investment firm feasible. I encourage you to get involved, be proactive, get the facts, get the truth.
Thank you, Gary.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stuart Krieger, you are up, and Harold Hyman, you're on deck.
Good evening, City Council. I don't have more to say. It's already been said, but I want everybody to know that I support this project, and I think not doing this will be detrimental in many ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Harold Hyman, you are up, and that Linda Salas that didn't show up, I moved you to the back, so if you're here, you're up next. And that'll be the end of the comment cards.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity. And again, thank you. I've spoken to the City Council over the years 3 or 4 times to thank them for all they have done for the Camarillo Springs area and community. Incredible work, primarily after the debris flows, floods, and fires. Can't forget that. I am what one might call an activist in the community. I'm a former board member, a member of CERT, an active member of our social committee, and I can go on. And I think I have a sense of the Camarillo Springs community, the area I live in. I really don't have a good sense of the other areas that spoke so well tonight. Which brings me to a thought I had, that the biggest challenge of this City Council, if you really care, is how to bring these communities together, to come up with a plan together. I know that's not the thinking presently in this country, but let's come together. And with that, I worry about the future, the very future of that golf course. If you had a crystal ball to see into the future, which would you choose, City Council? An unknown extended process left in the hands of a Beverly Hills lawyer, or a development guided by a known reputable development team with community input that will improve the golf course, build a new clubhouse, provide flood control, and protection from leaking oil conditions. And I can go on and on. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Harold. So this is the last public speaking card I have. It's that Linda Salas. She did leave. All right, that's the end of the comment cards. Is there anyone else who feels spontaneous and wants to come up and speak that hasn't already spoken? Then you just come on up and just state your name. And just speaking to the microphone, if you can give us your name, please.
My name is Becky Clark. I live in Camarillo Springs at 71 Margarita. I will have been there 2 years in June. And the reason I bought the place where we are is because of the beautiful view that is there. We have wildlife, we have golfers, we have some of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. So I bought it for the tranquility. Well, if they're going to build homes across from me, I'm not going to have that view anymore with a lot of other people that live there who I know are not going for this construction. All I want to do is say that I moved here to retire and to live out my life with tranquility and that view. And if this happens, I will not get that, nor will a lot of my neighbors. Please do not accept this construction. Please let us live our lives the way they are now. Fix the problems we already have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we had one more. If you want to come up and speak. And just make sure you state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Andrew Thompson. I'm a resident of Camarillo Springs for the past 11 years. Also played golf there before I even moved there years ago. Just like to state, I work for Caltrans. We deal with clogged culverts and debris and fallen trees and limbs and leaves and any aspect of things you can dream of. Loves to wash downhill, loves to go to the lowest point, and the lowest point that we live in is the golf course. So you can put a 4-foot pipe on the ground and you can throw debris at it, and we had 11, 12 houses that completely filled up with debris in one rainstorm. You think a 4-foot pipe is going to stop debris? Come on, guys. It's like trying to suck a rock through a straw. It's going to clog up and it's going to back up and it's going to be a disaster. And the liability, unfortunately, is going to fall on us. The citizens of Camarillo, City Council, you guys rezone that place. All these guys, the builders, are going to claim, hey, it wasn't on us. They rezoned it. Any judge hears that case, he's going to say the same thing. Why'd they rezone it? They're going to claim lack of liability, and it will fall on us. All I can say is, guys, let's think with our heads. It can overflow with floods as much as it wants. It's been doing it for centuries, and it hasn't clogged up at all. Nobody's life has died on the golf course from a flood yet. I've seen no record of such. If there is, please let me know. But we have a pretty good possibility, if you let this project go through, of that happening. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your vote. We hope to see it soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any more public speakers? If not, we're going to take our break that I was promising, and then we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. So seeing no one else come up, we're going to recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll have just general council comments discussion. So we stand in recess for 10 minutes. All right, we're gonna call this Cambrio City Council back into session. We finished public comment, so at this time, I'm gonna turn it over to my colleagues to have any kind of discussion or comments. Mr. Tremblay, want to lead us off?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've read the written materials, as I said earlier, provided to the council. I've listened to the information presented orally to us this evening concerning this general plan amendment referral and the proposed project. First of all, I want to sincerely thank everyone for your comments and for attending this evening, whether the comments are written or oral. We really appreciate hearing from you. It's certainly been a while since our chambers have been filled with this many folks, so it's nice to have that. Subparagraph F2 of City Council Policy 7.01 authorizes a council member to request consideration of rescission of a previously approved general plan amendment referral. I want to read to you the paragraph in the council policy that is is at issue. And I quote, "Other than at the triennial review, a council member may request consideration of rescission of a previously approved general plan amendment referral. However, no council member who voted against the previously approved general plan amendment referral may request that the referral be reviewed by the City Council for consideration of rescission. Such request for rescission must be made in writing to the city manager with appropriate backup material. The city manager will place the request on a future City Council agenda without analysis for the City Council's consideration." I have not previously voted against the previously approved general plan amendment referral. The policy articulated in 7.01 is a multi-step process based on the information presented to the City Council for this evening's meeting concerning project flood protection issues, and in accordance with Council Policy 7.01, I'm providing notice tonight to my fellow council members that I will request in writing to the city manager that the council consider rescission of the previously approved general plan amendment referral for this project. Again, this is a multi-step process, and either the city attorney or Mr. Vaca may want to provide more detail regarding the multi-step process.
Well, I'll volunteer to do that unless, Joe, you want to? Okay. So the first step under F2 is for the request to be made in writing by a council member who had not voted against the project, which you've indicated you did not. So you would qualify as a council member who could make the request. The second step would be that the city manager would then place the request on a future council agenda without analysis. And then at that council meeting, the discussion would be limited as to whether to schedule a hearing on the rescission of the general plan amendment referral. If the request is approved, and then it would be set, and third step would be for a hearing on the rescission if the majority of the council approved that at the time that it's being considered by the council on step 2. So it's a 3-step process.
Is that it? Okay. Does anyone else have any further comments? Ms. Santangelo?
I'm going to reserve my further comments, knowing that this will be coming back to us and we'll have a lot to discuss. But I too want to thank everybody who has come out tonight, just for the pure joy of seeing people together again. But also, to hear. I think one of the first things that happened after I was elected was that I was invited to, and I can't even remember what it was, but for a presentation on this project. So it has been at the forefront of at least things that are that the public talks to me about, and that I get emails on a regular basis. But it's good to get that feedback so that we're hearing from the public and hearing what you want and what you envision and what you see for our community. So I just want to thank everybody who's taken the time to send emails, to be here, and to speak. So thank you.
One thing that I should add is that the council will need to keep an open mind on the issue of the rescission if it reaches that stage 3. Until that hearing on the rescission takes place, there's been an opportunity for public input and discussion among the council at that step 3 if it ends up at step 3. So I would encourage you to do that.
I do want to take the time to and echo a comment. I know the passions run varies wildly on both sides. So I want to compliment everyone. We were able to be really civil through our public discussion. I just want to applaud you guys for doing that. So on both sides. I saw some jazz hands.
Kevin has.
Oh, Kevin, go ahead.
I just want to, I'm going to keep my comments to the future here. But I want to thank everybody for being here. This is democracy at work. It's not always easy. It's not always without its challenges, but this is why we have a great country, that we are allowed to come and express our opinions one way or the other. So I know it's not easy to come up and take 3 minutes. I've been there many times too, and it's hard to keep your comments to 3 minutes oftentimes, but you did that, and I just want to thank everybody for taking time out of their busy schedules to come and address us on not only this issue, but any issues. And all of those that sent me emails and phone calls and visitations and everything else, I just want to thank them for their input.
All right, so there's no agendized action or recommendation aside from receive status update on existing GPA referrals. Do we need to take a vote on that?
Did we say receive and file?
It just says receive status update, so I'm going to assume that we don't.
Move to receive and file.
Sure.
I'll second the motion.
I'll give it to Kevin. So motion from Charlotte, seconded by Kevin, if you just vote on the receive and file. And that passes unanimously. So that concludes that discussion item on the GPA status update. And all we had left was oral communication. So for those of you who want to stick around for oral communication, Charlotte at the end will provide, are you doing? Yep. Charlotte provides her history lesson on a subject matter. It's really enlightening. I encourage you to stay. It only takes a few minutes. But we'll do oral communication. I don't have anything from our city attorney and nothing from our city manager. Kevin, can I start with you?
Sure. No,
Okay.
Okay.
And we'll do Charlotte last.
With me, right?
Yeah, you're on.
Meeting at VRSD and a meeting with Mrs. Graveman and our Finance and Investment Committee. And just really quickly, Jason was there with Chandler, and he kind of talked about the economy, and it was really interesting. I was kind of talking to the robust economy that we've got, and what are some of the reasons for it. And he said something kind of interesting. He said, we've kind of gone from a service-oriented economy to kind of a consumer economy within a relatively short time, which I thought was a really interesting way to kind of frame, the economics that we find ourselves in right now. But the good news is our investments are doing well, and we're doing well. Also, and maybe staff knows this, but I believe there's a light pole down on Daily Drive, and I think it's on Daily Drive. I don't know if you've gone by there and seen that or not. It's been moved out, so I don't know if a car hit it or not. I just want to make sure that, I'm sure we're aware of it, but I just want to bring it to your attention again. And I had a person that actually lived and lives in a city, not that I reside in. She doesn't live in Camarillo. And she came in, and it was the first time that she'd been in our city, and she said, "How come your streets look so nice?" And I said, well, we put a lot of money in councils, and it's important for council. And she says, Yeah, I live in a city. I had a stop sign down, and it took them 6 months to put the stop sign back up. And I thought, wow. So I just want to pass that along for the staff. If you would pass it along to our employees that work so hard, to make our city look like it does. And it's not unnoticed, and it's sometimes you got to kind of get comments from those that don't live here to really thoroughly appreciate, what our streets and water and all of our employees do for our city. So I just thought I'd kind of pass along a little kind of I thought a really kind of a good news story. So those are my comments. Yeah.
Thank you. Susan,
For meeting attended, that would be April 7th for CPA Board. I've been far busier than it sounds like. So that's all for meetings. I did want to just say something. I'm sure we all heard about the fire yesterday. And I'm sure we're going to hear more soon. But I left work. I work in Ventura, and I left work. I think I was in my car at like 7:10. And when I hit the freeway, I saw the smoke. And so as I came towards Camarillo, I got off at Springfield and I pulled over at the gas stations that is right next to where the convention center site is. And I was absolutely amazed, first of all, at how quickly the fire grew and the size of the flames, but how quickly our fire department and neighboring fire departments. I mean, within 15 minutes, Oxnard Fire was there. I had Pulse Point out. I think there were some units from Los Angeles, just, that whole mutual aid. But it was, at one point, we could see some of the flames and actually kind of fly across Ventura Boulevard into, I can't remember the name of that motel. Was it the Goodnight? One of the motels, and into the trees there. And you could see it go into the tree. And it was really scary because it was, and then I was thinking, what had it been the day before with the wind? But anyway, all of this just to say thank you to our first responders and to our fire departments who really kept this tragedy from turning into something much, much worse. So thank you.
Mr. Tremblay?
Okay, let's see, on meetings attended since March 23, March 24, Policy Committee with Mrs. Craven, the VCTC Finance Committee. I attended the Alma Villa 20th anniversary event, which was fun. I was there with the mayor, who did the honors. March 25, the Metrolink Board of Directors. April 1, the VCTC Board. April 2, I attended the Cambrio Boys and Girls Club annual dinner, which was great fun. It was out at Sun Air. April 6th, I met with our new county airports director, Mr. Freitas. I had a Metrolink fuel hedging ad hoc committee. Metrolink buys millions of dollars in hedging each year, hedging contracts, so it's an interesting committee. We had a town hall meeting on utility rates at the library. On April 8th, I had executive committee and COMS committee meetings for Metrolink, and on April 13th, today, for most of the day today, I was in a VCTC board workshop in Ventura. A couple things on VCTC and a couple things on Metrolink. So for Ventura County Transportation Commission, at our April board meeting, we we had a draft presented of the fiscal year 22-23 draft budget. It's that time of year. On April 5, interestingly, VCTC was awarded what's called a Sustainable Transportation Grant by the state of California for about $326,000. It's to do a wildlife tracking study in the Conejo Pass area. We know that about that wildlife crossing that is going in Los Angeles County by Liberty Canyon, Liberty Crossing. So the same sort of precursor tracking study just to see what's going on will be done as well in the Conejo Pass area. So that will be interesting. And today, for VCTC, we set our top near-term and midterm goals for the next year, which I won't go into in length tonight because it's late. For Metrolink, though, some news to share. As of April 4, last week, there's been a significant service restoration on Metrolink trains. Metrolink has been at approximately 30% of its weekday ridership compared to pre-pandemic levels. Last week, when the service was restored, there was a significant tick up in weekday ridership. The projection is that hopefully that'll grow to about 44% by summer. I mean, it's really difficult on all the public transit providers right now. The ridership took such a hit during the pandemic, and so trying to build that back up is a real challenge. On the Ventura County line, we take it from Camarillo or Moore Park, et cetera, all the way into Union Station, 6 Metrolink trains were added, including weekday morning and weekday evening trains. Plus now, there are, and this is significant, there are 4 Amtrak Pacific Surfliner trains that are available to any Metrolink ticket holders. They're called code share trains, and you can hop on those, and they include Saturdays and Sundays. And so that is a great deal. Metrolink has also been very aggressive. It's adopted some new fare strategies. I'm going to roll out 3 different new fare strategies during this year. One will be a 10-day Flex Pass. Another will be a $15 per day Summer Adventure Pass, and you go anywhere on Metrolink for $15 for that day, and then a 30% off discount for a monthly pass. And kids already ride free on weekends, so you can see that Metrolink is really trying to draw back its ridership. Much of its ridership consists of essential workers in the Los Angeles and Orange County, and, well, Riverside and San Bernardino. It's a regional commuter rail. And the office vacancy rate is still very high. So a lot of folks haven't gone back to the office yet, and we may see some permanent shifts in patterns. But be that as it may, Metrolink is very assertive in trying to restore ridership. I think with the increased gasoline costs and the crowded freeways, hopefully that ridership will recover more. And then finally, April 22 is Earth Day, and all fares on Metrolink are free that day. You can ride Metrolink for free. So not a bad way to go. And that's it. Thanks.
Awesome. Meetings attended. March 24th, I attended the Alma Via 20-year anniversary event, and that was great. Really enjoyed connecting with some of the people there. April 6th, had an ad hoc meeting, and then also attended the town hall on water and wastewater rates. On April 8th, we had a very short Airport Authority special meeting. That was simply to pass resolution so we can continue to have virtual meetings. April 13th today, and this is, I really enjoyed this event. I do it every month. Educator of the Month was over at Ace Charter High School. Got to present that to Mr. Ian McGuire, who his passion just oozes out. The guy is very passionate about, he's a math teacher who kind of took lead on developing their computer science classes or instruction there, and he's a really good guy. And I got a tour of the school and got to see what the kids were doing, and I really like Ace Charter. I kind of wish I'm not one for formal instruction. They teach you how to build things with your hands, and obviously in my line of work, my day job, that's what I do, and we need to put more emphasis on that because we need to learn how to build things again. I think we've kind of lost that a little bit. Two quick shout outs. I'm going to put her on the spot. McKenna Huey. Is it Huey? Okay. She's our new Acorn reporter. She's covering Camarillo. She's going to replace Alex Wilson. Alex went on to jump to something else. So she's gonna be our new permanent Acorn reporter covering Cambrio. So welcome. Hope you enjoy our meetings. And then I do, along with the Vice Mayor, I want to give a shout out to both VCSO and the VCFD for the fire at the hotel yesterday evening. That was, I think it was phenomenal how they descended on that, how they attacked the fire. You saw them actively trying to put out the spot fires and just contain it. And like you said, it was pretty bad. It genuinely could have been a lot worse, but I think we have some, and the Sheriff's Department was there. They had a very strong presence doing, closing off streets and making sure that people were going where they were supposed to go, and there were a lot of cars, a lot of traffic. But the fire department, damn, those guys know what they're doing. Guys and gals, they know what they're doing, and they did a superb job last night. So hats off, and big thanks to them. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Craven.
Okay. Meetings attended. I attended the Policy Committee meeting on the 24th, a ribbon cutting at the West Coast Aesthetics and Wellness Center on the 26th, Finance Committee and the Investment Committee yesterday, and the Contract Cities Legislative Committee today. And on Friday morning, I Zoomed the CASA State Ledge Committee meeting. In a paper one day, I think it was Sunday, but it doesn't matter which day, there was a piece by Jackie Irwin about a bill. It's actually two bills, AB 2440 and SB 1215. They're the same, but if they can go through without being changed, they don't have to go to conference committee. It's on the disposal not just of batteries, which we already have, but of small rechargeable devices with embedded batteries. And right now, there's no way to easily dispose of those. I don't know if this is something that is not covered by our household hazardous waste program, or if it's something we want to take a position on. But I'd like for somebody to check it out and see if it's something we need to take a position on. Also, at the CASA meeting, they talked about AB 2536 Grayson, and that has to do with capacity fees. I gathered it was something they brought in at the last minute. I'm not really good at last minute stuff and picking it all up completely, but I gathered that if this bill is passed, that in order to change any kind of a fee, you have to do a Prop 218 thing, and that includes things that are not currently included. And if what I gathered is right, we might want to take a position on that. So could somebody check out AB 2536 Grayson? At today's Contract Cities meeting, Legislative Committee meeting, we had a really interesting speaker. His name was Mark Bayart from the LA County District Attorney's Office. And he was speaking on ghost guns, and coming from the LA County District Attorney's Office, I wasn't sure what was going to happen, but at least it wasn't the city attorney's office or the city DA. City, what am I trying to say? Yeah. Anyway, he was talking about ghost guns, and the Contract Cities has taken positions on various things that he has asked before. But I thought I'd take a little bit to explain what he said, because I think a lot of people out there don't really understand. Yesterday, the federal government issued a directive. It was published yesterday in the Federal Register, and that will require all guns, gun packages, whatever you're going to call them, to be sold in person only, and it'll require fingerprinting. And then, at that time, when it becomes effective, credit card companies will no longer process online sales of ghost guns or the packages that can be assembled at home. And when will that be? It'll be 3 months from yesterday, so it'll be August, next August when that takes effect. And so I just thought that little bit of explanation would be good. So now on to tonight's history lesson, which I definitely did shorter because I knew it would be a late night. And this is on the city seal, the city flag, and the city logo. The city seal was adapted from the seal of the Camarillo Sanitary District shortly after the city took over the district. And remember, the district was formed in 1955. The city was incorporated in 1964. So according to Stan Daly, the district's seal had been sketched out by an employee named Basil Trueblood. He insisted that it include a horse. I guess it was any old horse. The artist submitted a horse with a rider and the words Camarillo Sanitary District around them. There was quite a disagreement when the city council decided to adapt the district seal, not about the picture, but about the wording. Both Stan Daly and Tweety Rouse, who also was on the first city council, told me that all the council members agreed that the rider would represent Don Adolfo Camarillo, but there was dissension about the wording. Tweety finally won the battle, and from what I hear, it was the only battle she won. The name of the city was wrapped around the top of the picture, while the words Las personas son la ciudad are below. And those are the words that to this day people will tell you are not correct, but it's what's on our seal, and it's what Tweety wanted it to be. The seal was used for many years, but there's no record of its being adopted until 2008, when the date of incorporation was added. The reason it was adopted then was because there were churches and businesses that we discovered were using the city logo on their websites without permission. We couldn't do anything about it, but by adopting the seal and registering it with the Secretary of State, we could prevent others from using it. So then by 1971, so the city was incorporated in 1964, by 71, the city still did not have an official flag. The city council held a contest, and the best design was to be selected. The criteria set out were that the flag had to include the seal with the horse, and the only colors could be red, white, and green. The winner was announced, and the flag was flown for the first time during Fiesta, which was held on the weekend closest to October 22nd, to celebrate both Don Adolfo's birthday and the city's incorporation. Eric Thornton, who attended Rio Mesa High School, submitted the winning design, which consisted of a white triangle with the city seal that included the horse, as well as red and green polygons with the word Camarillo written over the seam. 4 flags were originally made with the parts sewn together. In an attempt to have more flags at a lesser cost, a number of flags were made by a dye technique, which produced a big brown stripe between the red and the green polygons. Since then, all the flags have been sewn together. The city logo consists of the words City of Camarillo on 2 lines with a bougainvillea wrapped around the C in Camarillo and another one under Camarillo. It was drawn by an artist who painted it on the backs of the median street name signs starting in December of 2001. However, it was not officially adopted as the city logo until the same meeting at which the seal was adopted. Whenever that was, I told you a little bit ago. And so that's my report, and I have all the sources at the bottom, and you'll get this in the booklet on December 7th.
We'll allow clapping this time. Well, thank you very much. I hope you all learned something by sticking around. All right, with that, we don't have any further business, so we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone.